check the digits. Most these brothers is tired and washed up, bro, but they won't admit it. How many times have I dumbed it down to make a boy feel like he's on my level? And I ain't talking about kettles, I ain't talking about precious metals. I'm talking about taking a year out, still I can't see no competition. Can't see anyone threatening my position. Told D I need a chauffeur cause I'm so driven. Should be in the back seat with both hands free. Right hand making plays on the iPhone and my left hand gripping on a BB. It's me.
Imagine if when someone asked you about something you never quantified, right, like they're quantified about what they're interested in, what you care about.
Okay. Anybody ever oversleep once in their life? Wow, couldn't be me. I swear to God, couldn't be me. Oh wait, it was me. Actually, it was me all the time. That's one thing I want to get better at. How did I do it before I was laid off? I had alarms. I guess one of the nice things about being unemployed is you don't need alarms, but then when you set goals for yourself to do things at specific times, you should have alarms again. So that makes sense for me to do. So something I'll probably do. Like I just set an alarm to take my second dose of my medicine. Because I forget to do that, and that fucks up my whole fucking flow. So what did I do before? I had it set on a schedule. Now I'll schedule it again. Speaking of schedule, let me check to make sure I got nothing going on. Ow. Housing working group. Unfortunately, I don't do much with that group. Maybe one day. Maybe not today. The next thing is not until fucking maybe Sunday? We'll see. So, yesterday. Damn, gum is good. I did what I said I would do. Mostly. I didn't do the laundry as much as I thought I would because I finished the edit and I fucking pushed it until I couldn't stay awake anymore. And it was like 3 p.m.-ish. And then I went to sleep. I didn't wake up until fucking like late. I guess I needed it because I slept in like crazy. Had horrible nightmares. Nightmares that I'm like at my old job, but it's a very important day. And I'm fucking it up. And I'm naked. And everybody hates me. And I have poop in my butt. Literally actual parts of my dream. Like, I'm afraid... Excuse me. I'm afraid to walk in front of people. Because I have a poopy asshole. And I'm partially naked. Mostly naked. Sometimes I'm naked, sometimes I'm not. And I'm like, they're gonna see my butthole and how shitty it is. They make fun of me for having a poopy butthole. As you would. I was on some kind of gigantic ladder slash lift, getting on a camera crane, and like the gears were all, or like the bolts were loose and it was wobbly. It was dangerous. Then I'm holding on to this tiny little camera on this giant rig, and I can't even get my face on it. And it's like dog shit controls. Everyone says that my camera's all fucked up and I didn't set it up right. I'm like, yes, I did. I swear. And I couldn't find it afterward before the next show. It was just a nightmare. It's one of the things, like, when I get stuck in a dream loop, I get stuck in it. So, you know, I don't want to act like it's not my fault, because it's my fault. But also, I was trapped in an alternate dimension where my butt was poopy. So, can you really blame me? But, as everyone knows, it's important to be consistent and to be on the schedule. If there ever was recurring viewers, they would want to know for a fact that, oh, it's whatever o'clock. That means Sniffin' should be on. And I don't want to, like, put them down. Whoops. But Brett got back to me about the edit, so I want to make sure I finish up those last little touches that you asked for. It's real simple stuff. Adding music to kind of more sections of the video, which is fine. And maybe I'll try and spice it up just a little bit more since I got some time here. And then I want to keep doing stuff. So I want to, you know, maybe just game or something. If I got nothing else to watch or something else to do. We'll see. The number of times I've put gaming question mark at the end of my shit and never actually game. Maybe it's just a meme. My house. Crazy. See. Probably booting up the edit made it lag out a little bit. Oh, excuse me. Okay. If I pull up the crop, you can't really see much. This gets the point across, I think. You can see everything you need to see. You don't see all the files and shit, but you see enough. What the? Uh-oh. Let me check my YouTube stream real quick. This has happened a couple of times. My YouTube streams don't seem to work right. This one's working good, though. 9 minutes each. Let me restart my Timberbot. It has a connection issue. Stand by. That's one thing I don't like about this box is I put my arms up and almost both my arms end up out of frame. So I have to like bring my arms in. It's weird. I guess because of the angle I chose and how zoomed in it is. New version available. Whoa. Oh, they fixed a bunch of things. Typos. Oh, wrong location. I did notice that. Sure, fuck it. That's right. I have the alpha build because I'm a Patreon subscriber. Okay, that's right. Not to neg on you, but that's the case. Maybe I should activate a speaker bot to some extent. Let me go into here. Actions. Called a chat command. Maybe. Let's see. Twitch chat comes in. There's a trigger. And I want to do TTS. Let's see. Oh, speaker bot. Message. Can't leave it empty on the voice thing, huh? Voice aliases. Basic TTS voice. Spaces capitalize.
Frankie Knuckles, Kenny Dope, India, Jocelyn Brown. Going back to the roots of house.
Shouldn't you just say the message? Chat sound effect? Chat sound only for me. Only for me. I should probably just duplicate this. And then do TTS on delete. One of these is a copy. This one. Edit. TTS. Okay. So not WAFBot, not sound requests, not me. Well, that'll make it hard to test, I guess, but disable this and speaker bot. Okay. So this should work. When someone shows in, it should just read the message just for my ears, I believe. Wait, hold on. How do I change it so it only goes to my ears? Output device. Bam. Oh my god, as my old audio devices stuck in here whenever they get connected and reconnected. System. Excuse me.
JIS アテストメッセージ
That's random voice, thank you. I didn't want that. But also it came to the wrong place because this is what I wanted to test. Ah.
This is a test message.
That seems like it still came to the browser. Why? Why? Ah, this is the problem. Why you can't set it specifically, I don't know. Let's try again. Boom, that came just to me. You didn't hear that. If message contains, yeah. So this should work. Why is this not connected? YouTube. Billy. I heard that, but you didn't hear that. But also, I just saw it, so. Testing out. So, I overslept. I get it, man. I get it. I fucked up, and I overslept. I'm setting an alarm for my second dose of medicine, so that way I don't fuck that up. Hopefully that'll give me things. Also, I was stuck in a really terrible nightmare where I was at my old job, but it was really a weird, important day where everyone was counting on me and I was failing. And also, I was like naked sometimes. And also, I had poop in my butthole and the butt was visible and the poop in my butt was visible. And people would laugh at me for having poop in my butt. So that's one of those, it's just one of those things that happens occasionally, you know? I was kind of like stuck in this long nightmare. And then I woke up and I was still like, just couldn't boot up the brain, you know, frontal lobe just literally just hanging. That's where I think it's the medicine not having is one of those things. I used to have more dreams about getting murdered. Like I would be running away in the forest from a guy who's gonna stab me to death, and then I like hide under a log. Kind of like the Lord of the Rings when the little hobbits are hiding under it and like the Nazgul or whatever is like reaching over and almost finding them, but then getting called away to something else. Except I'm so terrified under the log, I'm whimpering. And because I can't control how scared I am and how sad and frightened, that I get caught and then stabbed to death. And it's kind of like as I'm getting stabbed to death, I wake up and it's like, huh. I used to have things where I would be like, in my dream, I'd be like doing something, and then I'd fall, and then when I hit, I'd wake up, or I'd be doing something and I try to jump in my dream, and I actually jump with my legs in my bed and wake myself up, which is an incredibly disorienting situation to be in, because you think you're vertical, and then you jump horizontally in your bed, waking yourself up horizontally in the dark, and you're like, huh? Also lots of dreams of like trying to like run to something, but you're like underneath the water, but the water is like thick jello and you just can't get it, or you're like slipping in a place trying to get to where you gotta go and you can't get to it in time, or you're trying to open something and it just won't fucking open no matter what you do to it and how you put things, the keys in or whatever, it just won't, nothing interfaces, and it's just just you know, the manifestations of your worst thoughts becoming a form of reality that your mind can understand. It just like your everyday life is reality. Oh, you know, I've heard that weed makes you dream less, which is interesting, but also that you sleep worse, which is also interesting. That is bad, but you know, you take the goods with the bads. Then when you stop smoking weed, you then like hit an incredible wall of intense dreams because all like that dream juice has been caked up in the back of your skull. So I was like cold earlier. I had like put my little like pizza blanket on. Let's give Luigi his pizza. Which is not, I mean, it's fucking 79 degrees out here, you know. It is not cold situation. Wait, come on. No reason to focus. Oh, you're focusing on those eyeballs back there. Only 35% indoor humidity, which means our air conditioner is doing a good job of conditioning the air. The lowest I think the thermometer has noticed is 77 degrees, but like it's the middle of the night. Wow, the fuck is that? Anyway, one of the reasons why is because I stayed up last night, working on my video edit for Brett Cinemarxism, and I stayed up until like 3 p.m. So that could also have been why. But I was able to ship it off to him. They gave me some like feedback, wanting a couple of things, like one image replaced with a different image, and also just adding some music to the thing. So I was just gonna grab some like whatever music. House music, stop. Corporate? No, thank you. Why is all these corporate? That's like bed by time. Dark horror, cinematic, ambient, serious. A little too dark, a little too serious. Technology report. Playful, inspiring. Lo-fi beats, chill, sexy, slow motion. Whoa. A little loud, isn't it? Not the worst, but also kind of, I don't know, sibilant. Marimba technology explainer. Oh my god. I forgot that the wooden xylophone thing is called a marimba, and that is so fucking explainer music. Like an infographic with like a soda bottle and a cash sign coming out of it, and then recycling center, and a little bottle goes inside of it, and then the little thing makes like cartoon smoke, and it's like all like cardboard cutout paper that kind of wiggles back and forth just a little bit. And then the carbon capture is able to make it so that way we can use fossil fuels and like not be responsible for destroying the planet. We can convince you, right? That's how it works. This has been the Wall Street Journal. Brought to you by Bill Gates. Yeah. How's this playful? Dark World Corporate. I'm Dark Maga. Is it weird that I don't hate this? Or like just... I don't know. I'm confused. I'm like sexually confused by this music. Too much piano. Interviewing the animals. I do want to download this just because it's one of the most classic fucking things. It does sound like an animal. I'm always confused by songs like this because like look at this. It's like got nothing and then oh my god, intense. Like, you know, the quiet intro, the blurred out, waist high, like people, you know, putting batteries in cameras or something, or loading magazines into guns, and then. Okay, not much of a drop as I thought. Breaking news. The marimbas, man. Now that I've noticed them, that are everywhere. Our future depends on this.
Those eyes.
God damn you, OBS chat. Not having my browser settings built into them.
Oh, hello, little fairy. Are you going to tell me this is all a fantastical dream? Give me your skin!
Okay. That's like what you know those little like skin might say specifically. Have at it. I would just prefer if you guys like didn't poop on my skin, and then when you died, you like jumped with the last bit of your energy and just like left my body. That way, you didn't leave your carcasses rotting on me, and also you didn't leave all your shit on me. That would be best. If you want to eat my skin, I'm totally down. We just got to get them like skin mite toilets and like crematoriums, and then it's the perfect symbiosis. Oh.
Give me your skin!
Okay. Animation is hard, so like it just kind of like tweened the whole thing down. I don't animate. What can I say? I'm so far behind on all my shows, watching things. Too much. It's building too much for me. For like a, 15 minutes of interviewing, you know? This is like funk ambience. You know, like those like weird funk music. Oh, PHONK. Like that's like that funk, like not filter, but just like that like that blurred out, muted yet still noticeable tone to things. There's like a funk layer, this funk haze put on top of this. Obviously, the other one's a bit more hype with like the beat and shit, but. I could have sworn they would have put the word corporate because it has that like corporate like bing bong bing bong bing 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 bong bing bong bing bong. When it's quiet, it might be like now the high parts kind of stick out kind of weird. It's a little more even now. The dynamics are not quite as extreme. Interesting. It's kind of hard to tell until you actually see it, like, in the video. This one, just grabbing a few different ones to see. Media Music Group. Confident waddle. That's how I work. Actually, I have anxious waddle. Like, this is Bob. He doesn't know it, but he's not going to be able to apply for insurance because he didn't use All-Star. Don't be like Bob. Like, that's kind of one of those things, yeah. Deep lore. Maybe. Maybe. Don't be like Bob. Bye, Duncan. You know, Bob is like just obese enough to be noticeably obese, but not like a severe limitation. Balding, but not entirely bald. Not the best, but still good enough skin to be on TV. You know, the kind of Bob. Ooh. A little too, like, video game Zelda. Curious. Too curious. The percussions go wild, man. You got the little bit of like maraca, the fucking triangle symbols, you know. Okay, we'll see how that any of those sound. Oh yeah, my thing is invisible to me. So annoying. Okay. These should be in here somewhere. I put them as background B. Oh, I haven't actually put them in yet. That's the thing. Okay. This one might be good. So double click it to put it up into here. Get past that intro to get to the actual part. Entry in, find some random spot, out, bring down the clip. Let's put this down on one of the lower audio bands here.
I think a lot of people are talking about DSA without
Fade it in. Why is it so quiet naturally?
people are talking about DSA without being in DSA, and I'm certainly not in DSA. Some of it is kind of bad faith critiques that are people are just mad and wanting to prove that they're holier than thou and don't actually organize or care. They
Might actually need to make it a little bit louder. Is the entire bus reduced? This clip is not reduced. How's the intro
There's
sound?
just a lot of misinformation and happening. You can't just poo-poo the
Wait, what? Let me go to my Fairlight thing. Ah, yeah, there is a thing here. Wait, what? Why can't I change it? Huh?
entire organization because 46% of them voted against what is a very good resolution.
For people who
I can't hear this at all right now because it's so low. And they won't let me change it. Why? Track automation was turned on, that's why.
There's just a lot of misinformation and happening. You can't just poo-poo the entire organization because 46%
That was the intro
of them
music I
voted
said.
against what is a very good resolution.
for people who have never organized a day in their lives to spit on these comrades. It shows that these people, they don't give a fuck about Palestine. Records of parasites, and I have no patience for any of them.
I think a lot of people are
And now this is loud as fuck. Yeah, that makes more sense. And that changes the entire track, which makes sense to why. Okay, got it. So let's put this down to like, I don't know, -10. See how that sounds.
I think a lot of people are talking.
Still super loud, which makes sense. Wait, what? What did I put the -10? I put that clip to -10. That's why it was so different.
I think a lot of people are talking about DSA without being in DSA, and I'm certainly not in DSA. Some of it is kind of bad faith critiques that are people are just mad and wanting to prove that they're holier than thou and don't actually organize or care. They just like to post on the internet. That's like probably like 50% of it, but I think 50% of it is also genuine activists who DSA did not message to well enough about this. I've kind of wanted to provide.
Let me try and also mix in some zoom ins as well. Oh, it has the color grid on it. Oh, wow. Oh, interesting. Sometimes I can have it double up. Sometimes I can't. I don't know when I can when that is and when that isn't. Is when this is turned off? No. I don't know when that happens and when it doesn't happen. Anyway. Hopefully that wasn't up there the entire time.
I think a lot of people are talking about DSA with.
Let me back this up a little bit just so he has a.
I think a lot of people are talking about DSA without being in DSA, and I'm certainly not in DSA. Some of it is kind of bad faith critiques that are people are just mad and wanting to prove that they're holier than thou, and don't actually organize or care. They just like to post on the internet. That's like probably like 50% of it, but I think 50% of it is also genuine activists who DSA did not message to well enough about this. I've kind of wanted to provide a little bit of that with what we're doing tonight, with what we did on Friday, by going through the resolutions.
Let me fix this border.
And actually engaging with the political conversation that's happening. And I'm
I saw an animate on this too. I can just do it like that. Oh, that's cool. And give me a motion blur, dog.
With what we did on Friday, by
it does make it laggier, that's for sure. That's for sure.
And that's happening. And I'm so glad we did, because I think a lot of people who are making those knee-jerk reactions are not genuinely engaging with it. PRG has been really good. I think a lot of people who are making those knee-jerk reactions are not genuinely engaging with it.
Keep the more zoomed one up higher.
Has been really good this weekend, providing people insight and kind of like guiding the left on the conversation around what's going on around DSA. I'm gonna go ahead and get him in here.
Is that still messed up?
Providing people insight and kind of like guiding the left on the conversation around what's going on around DSA. What's going on around DSA. On the conversation around on the guiding the left on the
guiding the left
on the conversation
on the conversation
around DSA. I'm gonna
on the conversation around DSA.
Around what's going on around conversation.
So this is what I should be cutting out.
Inside and kind of like guiding the left on the conversation around DSA. I'm gonna go ahead and
I think that's better.
And kind of like guiding the left on the conversation around DSA. I'm gonna go ahead and get him in here. Yeah.
Okay, now let's try different music when he shows up. Let's give this little fade out. What's this one like? Sure, why not? Oh. This one here is -10. Let's give this one -10 as well. And let's give this a nice long 2-second fade in.
Yeah. How's it going? You had a busy weekend, I hear.
Oh yeah.
This is a little louder music, so let's give this like a minus. Let's go as far as 15 for now and see.
DSA. I'm gonna go ahead and get him in here. Yeah. How's it going? You had a busy weekend, I hear.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Maybe.
Man, that's still really loud. A little too like.
Get him in here. Yeah. How's it going? You had a busy weekend, I hear.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Maybe let's just start giving the little introduction inside and kind of like guiding the left on the conversation around DSA. I'm gonna go ahead and get him in here. Yeah.
Hell, this one might even want to go down a little bit.
And that's happening. And I'm so glad we did, because I think a lot of people who are making those knee-jerk reactions are not genuinely engaging with it. PRG has been really good this weekend, providing people insight and kind of like guiding the left on the conversation around DSA. I'm gonna go ahead and get him in here. Yeah. How's it going?
I kind of like the music fading out when he's like, I'm going to get him in here.
DSA. I'm gonna go ahead and get him in here. Yeah. How's it going?
Well, this does feel a little dry once the music's gone.
DSA. I'm gonna go ahead and get him in here. Yeah. How's it going? You had a busy weekend, I hear.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Maybe let's just give a little introduction for people who don't know you.
Sure. I'm Black Redguard. I am OG Black Redguard on Twitter. My Twitch is.
Maybe just make this part longer. Just really long faded.
Conversation around DSA. I'm gonna go ahead and get him in here. Yeah. How's it going? You had a busy weekend, I hear.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Maybe let's just give a little introduction for people who don't know you.
Sure. I'm Black Redguard. I am OG Black Redguard on Twitter. My Twitch is OG Black Redguard, and my YouTube is Black Redguard.
Like all these I want to put motion blur on, so it's gonna lag the shit out of things. Uh-oh. We're good. Just don't worry about watching it anymore.
Oh, sure. Media aggrandizement devices is, of course, my organizing. I was a convention delegate to the 2025 DSA National Convention.
God, it's still so loud. How's that possible?
Introduction for people who don't know you.
Sure. I'm Black Redguard.
Now it's too low. Minus 22.
But in here. Yeah. How's it?
Let's make this fade longer as well.
On the conversation around DSA. I'm gonna go ahead and get him in here. Yeah. How's it going? You had a busy weekend, I hear.
Might as well connect that.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Maybe let's just give a little introduction for people who don't know you.
Sure. I'm Black Redguard. I am OG Black Redguard on Twitter. My Twitch is OG Black Redguard, and my YouTube is Black Redguard. But more important than all of those social
It's just lagging out. It's fine.
aggrandizement devices is, of course, my organizing. I was a convention delegate to the 2025 DSA National Convention, which we are, of course, going to be calling UltraCon. There are many, many other nicknames. The Cracker Control Con.
Control Con?
Yeah, the Cracker Control Con, the Commie Cuddle Puddle, Commie Con. But I like UltraCon. Yeah, a lot of big doings happened. A lot of people were following us, and it was really good. We actually had extremely high voter turnout among the delegates. A few parties. I went to one on Sunday and ruined my favorite pair of shoes.
Let's add motion blur on this sucker as well. Everything gets a little bit of motion blur.
Went on Sunday and ruined my favorite.
Because it just looks nicer.
And ruined my favorite pair of shoes. Went to one on Sunday and ruined my favorite pair of shoes. But it was worth it. I'm forever going to call it the commie hell basement. But it was good.
Yep.
I'm forever going to call it the.
Let's just bring it back over. And maybe this clip here can be a little bit louder because it's still a little low. -7.
And ruined my favorite pair of shoes. But it was worth it. I'm forever going to call it the commie hell basement. But it was good. Every DSA member should go to convention at least once. You meet comrades that you've only talked to online or only seen on Zoom. You learn a lot. You exchange views and information with other comrades who are in similar cities or in many cases entirely different contexts. But the networking aspect was probably my favorite part. But of course, convention is work. It's the The networking aspect was probably my favorite part. But of course, convention is work. It's the networking aspect was probably my favorite part. But of course, convention is work. It's the highest.
The work is what I want to keep it for. Blech. All these different little mini timelines I have.
But of course, convention is work. It's the high.
Work.
But of course, convention is work. It's the highest deliberative and legislative body of democratic socialist and legislative body of
Finding another tiny little piece to cut out.
Body of democratic social and legislative body.
I love cutting out ofs, all those little
deliberative
things.
And legislative body of Democratic Socialists of America, the largest body
of is it right there?
Of Democratic.
Yeah.
And legislative body of Democratic Socialists of America.
Yeah.
America, the largest socialist organization in the United States. We weren't just up there to eat deep dish and Italian beef and drink Maylord. We were up there to actually get you done, and we got you done.
So I've been following the.
So let's maybe have a change of music tone here. What's this one? Oh, that's a different thing. Let's try this one. The explainer one? Yeah, Marimba explainer. Let's try that. I should be able to just drop this whole thing down. Oh my god, it's so short. That's fine. We have the tools to fix that. Add a nice little cross DZ, and let's give this a built-in volume reduction of at least -15.
We weren't just up there to eat deep dish and Italian beef and drink Maylord. We were up there to actually get you done, and we got you done.
So I've been following the developments of the weekend, and I definitely want to talk to you about a bunch of them, but I'm not sure how many we can like get into in depth. So I think we.
Ooh, -20. That's -120. It's too much.
Done, and we got you done.
So I've been following the developments of the weekend, and I definitely want to talk to you about a bunch of them, but I'm not sure how many we can like get into in depth. So I think we can kind of start getting into R22. Why was R22 brought to DSA in this moment right now specifically?
R22 is the culmination of literally years of organizing. And
there's definitely a tool I can use to make this clip kind of like keep going. Oops. Might be under. Wait, why is this not? Bam. That's better. Anyway. Oh, did I close out the effects window? No, I don't think I did. Anyway.
Years.
Maybe it's under the. Maybe it's under this window. Whoa, you can just right click remove silence like that? Oh my god, I'm so stupid. I knew there was a way to do it. Oh. Now I forget how to get it done. Maybe it's like between two different clips? Go back to here. Show music beats is definitely one of those things. Immersive motion data. All right. I looked long enough. I had to just Google it. God damn it.
All you need to do is click on the audio, go to your inspector window under the audio tab, and under AI music editor.
Thank you. That's what it was. Got it. Oops. Remixer, no. Music editor. Target length. Let's make it like 40. Make it like 140.
Brought to DSA in this moment right now specifically.
R22 is the culmination of
Also, motion blur.
Literally years of organizing. And a lot of this stuff happened before I even joined DSA. It goes all the way back to 2021. But basically, we have to have a firm.
I probably should just use this as well. And not do any of that silly slide the camera thing.
R22 is the culmination of literally.
So grab this, copy, paste over the effects, paste over the effects, paste over the effects, paste over the effects. Got it. Now this one, its position can be back into the center. We can go ahead and throw a dynamic zoom on it. Keep it up into the middle. Let's do a nice little swapperoonie on that.
Brought to DSA in this moment right now specifically.
R22 is the culmination of literally years of organized. And a lot of this stuff happened before I even joined DSA. It goes all the way back to 2021. But basically, we have to have a firm, hard line on Palestinian liberation.
But then the neat thing about the AI tool, because I used to just zoom into music, right? And try to find that beat where you can make a cut and then copy itself again. The AI thing kind of just does that naturally with a little bit more fade or whatever built in. It just kind of finds the way the track works and then finds ways to repeat it in somewhat of a loop without it being too noticeable, which is nice. Because a lot of times you get a 1 minute or 30-second clip of DMCA free audio and you're like, well, I have a fucking like much longer video than 30 seconds and you can't just reuse it. And the beginning of it is very different than the end and whatever. So it's nice to be able to just kind of like, instead of having to do it by hand manually, it's one of those like AI tools that works with your current, you know, content and then is just a simplification of a tedious edit instead of a generative tool to create a brand new thing.
DSA has a very, very...
From stolen assets.
Palestine. We're literally founded by a Zionist, Michael Herring.
This one we can also throw... Okay, I have to go into the Michael Herring mini timeline. What, do they, none of these have effects? Oh, so it wasn't the main one. Nice. How's it going? Okay, I like it. When I say it out loud, it sounds exactly the way it should sound. It's going okay. I overslept, and then I had weird dreams that probably hand in hand with the oversleeping. It was like back at my old job, nightmare, trying to do work at this weird big event, special event, and I'm doing a bad job and everyone hates me. Also, sometimes I'm naked, and also sometimes I have like poop in my butt cheeks and people can see the poop in my butt cheeks and make fun of me. So I try to like walk behind people instead of in front of people. Because they can't see it if they can't see it, but then they could see it. Oh, yeah. Well, back when I was a kid, I don't know if it's some type of, I don't know, not irritable bowel syndrome or something, but like I was not good at managing my shitting. And I would have like, I'm busy right now, don't shit. And I would like hold in poops, but then you're getting skid marks, you know, you're prairie dogging and then you're just shoving that sucker back in there. You end up having things. And then I'm always worried that I have like a little streak when I was like a kid, like down the back of my pants. So I had this anxiety about pooping and not pooping, whatever. To this day, as a fucking, you know, almost 40-year-old man, I'm like, my poops, which is funny. But yeah, so sometimes like you get stuck in those nightmare cycles where like you kind of wake up for like a quarter of a second, but then you just back into the thing. But I stayed up late finishing this video, and then Brett Cinemarxism gave me some like, oh, just add some music to these parts and also fix the edit on this one little piece. Because I used like a vote on more of a general thing, and he had the exact vote he was referring to, which is great because I'm trying to glean what they say and I try to find things to pull up, right? And I'm worried that I pull up the wrong thing. So it's nice that they're able to like comb through it and double check. Oh, you did that once? That's crazy. Or is that in the dream that you did that? That's crazy, though. Every now and then, both? Wow. Every now and then, I would, like, be at school, and depending upon, you know, if I have, like, for me, pants are shorts, and everything that are regular pants, to me, are long pants, because I grew up in Florida. So my long pants were, like, they came out, like, once a year. Yeah, yeah. I would pull out the long pants only for that one weird time in December when it would be cold enough. it's kind of interesting how like global climate change has been noticeable even in like my actual practices of using my clothes, because there was a longer month-long period of chill. Christmas would be not like insanely cold, but it would be cold. But then nowadays for me, Christmas is still, even though it's in the winter, it's hot. I'm sweating, right? It's different. Now we might get like 1 week somewhere in February or something as like one little bit of cold. But also there used to be bugs. They used to drive your car and you would hit what we call love bugs, which are these little black bugs that end up joining their butts together. And they have little tiny, like, not their head is red, but like just behind their head, that little tiny piece of thorax, not the full back end. But anyway, and they're like stupid little bugs that would kind of float around with these long little like derpy little legs. Totally not creepy kind of bugs. They're also not scary kind of bugs. They're just very black, and they're just dumb because they float around together because they're both attached to each other's asses, and they're just. But then like you just don't hit bugs anymore. You used to clean your car. Interesting that I guess at different hemispheres, right? The different climates, but just the way it impacts us differently. But it seems to be noticeable. It also, I guess, some of it could just be we just remember things differently than they actually are in the time between. Because like Florida kind of has just summer, and then maybe a little bit of fall, maybe, but it's just summer. And then there is super summer, but I would never call it spring because it's still fucking hot and brutal. But there is like the extra brutal part. Like there that July to September area is like fucking rough. Yeah, I have seen other data come back and say that there's less bugs now. Because like fireflies in New England or whatever, they don't come out as much as like they used to. Because whoops, I'm sure that'll like cascade into much. But you know what? There's still just as many goddamn mosquitoes. What the fuck? You know, why do the good ones go away, but all the bad ones hang around? And I'm sure there's someone that says no, actually, mosquitoes are really important for the environment or something. And I'm like, they just drink blood. But I guess like I don't know, frogs like eating them, and they need to be there around for frogs or something. Something. They just seem like one of the bad bugs, but. I guess there's no such thing as a bad bug, says some nerd. Like that could be the dumb contrarian / old school centrist. But I'm like, come on, nerds. There's got to be one thing you got smoke for. Can't we just be like, look, ecosystem's very important, but you know what? Fuck this one bug in particular. Centipedes. No dice. We should eradicate centipedes. That's the one thing we're gonna fight for, right? Give us one. Just give us one, and then we'll be happy, right? So I'm just adding some music to like, because he asked me. Sorry, I was just getting back to the topic at hand. He asked me to just kind of add some music in, and then depending upon how dead the stream was, just because I missed my stream time by like 3 hours plus. That's what I thought, because they're just bloodsuckers, and like, but we need our blood sucked, you see. And it's like, no one feels that way. I mean, like vampire bats, the ones that like suck the blood out of like the ankles of like cows or whatever. I'm sure they also eat other things in there, but like, I don't know. I was just guessing, because the mosquitoes seem to be the thing that we like. It causes lots of diseases. I think, wasn't it ticks and mosquitoes? Or maybe it just been ticks that like helped make the plague, because the rats had it, but it wasn't so much the rats would bite us, but the ticks on the rats would bite the rats and then bite us, and that's kind of where, or, you know, something like that. Maybe the rats actually biting people too, but fleas, right? Yeah. So like, if we have a vendetta against mosquitoes, should we also have one against ticks and fleas? But because like I guess I could definitely see how if you go crazy and you just like fight every single one of those type of parasitic bug that like feeds off of other mammals or whatever, that you might run into a problem with like, wait a minute, you can't get rid of all of them, I guess. I don't know. Maybe you could. Just set up a soup kitchen for whatever those frogs are, so that way they can still get their food. You know, you find the other temporary solution. Ticks are more important. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I know that standing water is one of the things that you're supposed to avoid because that's where they love to lay their eggs and then they hatch. Especially if it's like, oh look, you have like a wheelbarrow sitting out in your field somewhere. The water will collect in the wheelbarrow, and there's no like little like tadpoles inside that water supply, so the eggs just go bananas. They're perfect. They're totally fine. Whereas like at the edge of a water of a lake or something, little things will nibble at the eggs and reduce the population that eventually gets born. Finally, yeah, we're bringing in the big dogs. The Western governments, they know how to do a genocide. Damn it, fuckers. I don't think I've ever had a tick, which is, you know, obviously great, because that sounds, yeah, combating mosquitoes for sure. Seems like a good thing. Why can't I find? Okay, it was there. I don't know why I wasn't able to see it. Whatever. I'm not mad. Wait. Huh? Oh. What? Huh? Oh, there is different pieces. How does this not have an animation to it? And this not have an animation to it, but this does. That's really... That's the marker. These are what? Adjustment layers? Yeah. So these just chill. And then if I go over to here, back to the interview tab, this doesn't have any effects on it. And yet
Founded by Zionists.
They come up. So how did I... That doesn't make any sense. There is an effect on these to make them do that, but I can't click on the effect, which is confusing as all hell. Zionists. How? This is DaVinci Resolve. Yeah, I know ticks are more of a thing out in, like, I don't know, the woods, I guess. I don't want to say like just like Nebraska or whatever, but just like the woods. Yeah, I was a Premiere user for a very long time. I learned it when I was, you know, in fucking high school. I got my parents for like my birthday or Christmas or something got a student edition of Adobe Premiere Pro 7 or 6. There's like a horse running on the artwork. I use that CD forever, but eventually it just was very out of date. Yeah. Yeah. It's just weird that something is making this thing swipe up, because I have I love presets because I hate doing things over and over again. So I have an effect thing that is some guy named Whip made Whip, you know, Whip Blur, Whip Animate, Whip whatever, and you can add a little effect to something, and that way I can go into the effects thing, and then I can be like, okay, cool, enable the position and the size. So now the clip will like do that automatically because it's just a thing that I have on it. But I usually can go to the effects tab when I add that effect to something, and then
We're literally founded
affect it.
Zionists.
Oh, this is a... pre-rendered section. That's right. Whatever. No motion blur allowed. I forgot that I pre-rendered this into a file. That's the difference.
Herring. And honestly, the convention that closed yesterday would have given that man a heart attack. We killed Michael Herring.
So we're just adding some little music to the background.
This
I'm trying to find a good time to change that. Just little things. I added blur to it, so it's gonna be laggy as hell.
You were to expect free.
Oh, I needed to add that one thing I fixed. There was a now I gotta of course when I type this in, I would have a lot of things. Maybe if I go to my YouTube history. Wait, over here. Dun, 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 dun. This guy might even have a new one.
To be literal.
Let's see.
Do you want to learn?
Pause. Updated 3 weeks ago. Beautiful. I don't like how long it is, but so this was the guy that I just because like going from Premiere into Resolve, at first it didn't click to me, but now it clicks entirely to me. And I don't know why it didn't click so easily, but there's a few different things. Like I used to type into this box to get something, but now I can type into this box or whatever. That's a full course to the newest version, but also probably chapters that you can jump around to just to, because sometimes you're like, how the fuck do I start this? Or how the fuck do I like, what tools are the most useful? Or like, I want to put a mask just to like block out a part of this image that I have. Why can't I figure it out? You know, it's like, it used to just be so simple. Like I used to type an adjustment layer, but now it's called a adjustment clip. Ah, fuck. Like all these little things are like almost exactly the same. I do love inside the help, there's a search. So you can just type in something real simple. Like, I don't know, snap. So like, oh, look, this is where all the snap things are. And it pulls it up. Oh, you can't even see it. That's how Premiere is. So that's why I'm so used to it. You can also highlight clips and link them. So that way when you move them, they move together. You don't have to worry about it. If you hold Alt, you can select just the video or just the audio independently and move them independently. You can even link clips that aren't even connected so that when you move them, they still keep their distance apart from each other. Alt Y selects everything from your marker and to the future. So that way, if you wanted to make some space here, you could just hit Alt Y and then move stuff. It can cause problems if you have like a clip here that's going to get cut off or something. I could just go like add a cut to this and then do Alt Y and move everything over, but you know, some of this, there's some weird little like hotkeys, little tricks. Also, I'm a broken adult man, so I don't use home row. I use WSAD and kind of hover around what was near home row. So I actually rebound all my keybinds for like forward frame, back frame, play, reverse, speed up, cut, ripple, delete, all to be like WSAD, QE, you know, like all right there by the hand. So that's like a natural resting position. So that way I don't have to worry about like constantly jumping my hand over to the arrow keys and then back over or whatever. I have my, it all kind of like built in to where I like it. Shift D and A goes back like 1 second, you know. Yeah. Because sometimes you're like, oh, and then also I love enabling and disabling. That was one thing I started doing it's one thing I started doing in Premiere. So, for example, this is one piece of video I have, right? This little clip here was one VOD from the stream. And what I did was I wanted to have the shot wide, but also I wanted to have a shot on just the person he's interviewing. So all I did was I held Alt, I clicked on the piece of video, and then if you Alt and drag, you make a copy of whatever you have selected. So I'm dropping a copy of just that piece up here. And then on just this one piece, I can go into my, tools, add a big ass zoom in, reposition it so that way. Oh, you'd be like insert or like the entry in, entry out, whatever. So then I can just make a thing like this. And then I would do that for the entire VOD, have one layer regular, one layer special. And then whenever I make a cut, I can then do like Alt E to make the clip enabled or disabled. So I can just turn it on and off as needed. So that way I have the entire video track is just like 2 different clips of the same thing. And whenever I want to have it cut to the person on top, I just turn that clip on. Underneath is the actual thing, but you don't see it. Doesn't matter. But I can just... So that's how I've been able to just kind of like have the interview work and not have to worry about, I don't know, something different. It's non-destructive. If I want to like test it out to see what it looks like with him talking here, but okay, I want to put it back, I can just return it back on again. It works with audio too. Like if I just Alt-E, this part will have no audio on it because it's turned off. It's like you can leave it in the spot, but also kind of delete it, but it's not delete. It's just turned off, And then when you export, it won't be, it won't show up even though it's there. It's a weird one. Yeah. I mean, I guess like Stream Decks for like the buttons that are like they're labeled and you can hit them, or post-it notes, I guess, it just kind of like nearby. So that way, there's a thing you want to do. And then you just be able to kind of like, because I imagine Control C, Control V, you've burned into your brain over time. I mean, like I was like doing stuff with my wife and she would like right click copy, right click paste. And I'm just like, that's too slow for me. And I'm just trying to get her to be more and more about hotkeys. But now she has a Stream Deck with other hotkeys because again, she was never very good at doing these specific things. I mean, she eventually got some down for sure, but I love hotkeys. There's some weird tools also in this bar that I almost never use. Like this mode here, like I always use what was the V tool, which is just like the cursor, but there's like different like slip and slide shit, like dynamic trim. The trim edit is kind of neat. Oh. It's weird because like sometimes when I hover over something, it has a different version of the same thing. But if I click on it like this, I can adjust the clip. It's probably not visible too well. So when I click it and slide, I can just move the clip. So that way it's still the same like 5-second length, but instead of it being 5-second length of one part, now it's 5-second length shifted to the left or to the right. Because sometimes you're like, uh-oh, that's a bad part to use for this B-roll or something. And you don't want to like pick it up, extend it out, and then shorten the other side and then move it and put it back. You can kind of just slide within. That's a really cool tool that like I've only started to use a little bit whenever I need it here and there. But yeah. There's, and there's probably like, oh, some real editor knows how to use this tool, the dynamic trim slip. I don't know how to use that. I click on it, I go, huh? I just don't like it. I just avoid it. Maybe 5 years later, I'll learn it and I'll like unlock a new layer of like efficiency or something. But that's just the self-taught shit. You kind of just figure it out as you go. For some reason, I was reading DS4 as like Dark Souls 4, which I guess is not even really a game. But then with a PS4 controller, then you're like editing with like a console controller. You know what? If it works for you, I guess. Right. A Windows program recognize. Is that for setting up different? So PS control, so PS4 control binding. But is PS control Photoshop control? That's what I'm getting my mind stuck on. That sounds like a thing that you'd be using for hotkeys with profiles, or like not a Stream Deck, but something different, I guess. That's one of the things a Stream Deck can try to do is, oh, your foreground window is this program. It will pull up this profile for the buttons you like for Resolve. I even like paid a little bit of money for like some like built-in profile bullshit because I have crazy amount of Stream Decks and whatever. But it never was easy to set up, and then I just got kind of used to doing it brute force / hotkeys instead of like having a button set up for it. So I'm sure at some point I can do it because I have the Stream Deck that even has the little dials on it. So instead of like going up here and clicking something. Oh, got you. Huh. So it is a PlayStation controller. Huh. I mean, I guess the button layouts of the controllers are kind of there's other than like, you know, the weird like touchpad on the new PlayStation Pro controller or something. They all have 2 triggers, D-pad analog 4 button, start select. You know, there's like the buttons themselves are mostly there. Even like the Switch Pro controller is still very similar layout, but it just yeah. Do you edit on like, I guess it's in Windows, so you're not on a PlayStation? Because Hassan talked about how he first started streaming off of his PlayStation. Like he would put a camera into the PlayStation and then be on Fortnite or whatever inside of the PlayStation and stream. And I'm like, that's crazy to not even have a computer involved, and it's just like, you know, a straight. I don't know how would you create a scene? I don't understand how it would just be able to go straight in. Yeah. Maybe that was the thing that PlayStation had, was like, put your webcam somewhere in one of the 4 corners and, you know, go live. Okay. When do I want the music to switch up?
Engaging with Jewish cultural activities at the university. Nobody has done that. We killed Michael Harrington's DSA yesterday. This lays out principles stands made around our elected, because most of the problems around Palestine.
Yeah, that used to be one of the things that I was very, like when I first started looking into streaming gear, everything was about capture cards, because everything was about capturing a console and putting it up onto a computer or something. And I was like, I don't really need that. But capture cards were useful for cameras, because a lot of cameras did not have a good way to integrate with a computer unless you're using a webcam or something like a USB. I was at the point where I'm like, I have, yeah, for sure. Like, I was like, oh, this dongle, this dock that has like USB expansion on it has an HDMI on it. I'll just plug in the camera straight into that. Problem solved. Yeah, it's not for everybody. It's one of the things that's you kind of try out and you go, you know. It took me forever to understand, like, what do you mean? The connection is there and it goes into the computer. Why won't it work? Right? What's the difference? But the difference is there's hardware inside of the machine to bring the video in as an input instead of treating it as an output. And I'm like, why can't whatever gear makes it an output just make it an input? But it's different. It's just different. That's why capture cards are different than just HDMI ports. That's why on the back of your fucking graphics card, you can't just plug in a camera and say, import it, import. Yeah. I wish it did, but it doesn't work that way. And then I got in on those like super cheap, like $10 rip-off HDMI capture cards that are like USB 2, little tiny things. But damn, do they suck. Damn, I mean, they are cheap as hell, and that's interesting, but damn, do they suck. They make the shit like green and like... They're not great. Kind of a waste of money to buy a couple of those just to have them on hand.
Have happened because of our electeds. And like people are like, oh, you're a witch.
So this is where I have a little bit of like pretending to be somebody else. Maybe I drag the music back here, give it a little fade, and then I switch it up. I might need to find some more music. Kind of running out of things. Or I could go back to some of the original stuff. Let's see. That's my old Chrome shit. Even though I switched over to a different browser, I still occasionally have to go back to my fucking Chrome, it seems. Just to like pull up an old something. Oh, this is looping built in. That's kind of neat. So much marimba music. Oops. Oops. Not terrible. Not terrible. Now I'm just like, wait, oh, cute commentary. Now I'm just all on the fucking marimba music. They have a vibe here, but then they have a whole change up. Too much. Too much. From a phone? You mean like everything from inside of a phone? So you have a phone here and you say, stream my phone screen to the application. I mean, the Samsung phones I've used have like a dual screen feature where you can hold an app and then like split screen it on your phone. So depending upon how the Streamlabs app inside of the phone is like set up a scene with whatever you want, whether it's going to be a face cam on the camera or the back camera. And then there could be some like your phone screen capture, but maybe you can like trim it down and crop some edges out. So that way you can keep the Streamlabs thing on one part or something, or you can have the capture of another part of your screen. And then also, because just like with regular OBS, I assume it's similar-ish. You have different pieces that you can then crop into and resize and stuff. So I don't know if it's like that. And then just on your phone itself, just split screen things. The way I do phone streaming, which I just fixed the other day. Yeah, definitely. Go. Let's make sure it works because it's another day. I have an app that sends. This might be. This might be delayed by like 5-ish seconds. Goat. The other day, I was getting. Hopefully, the audio is not like super loud or something. I was trying to get this to work the other day, but I got it fixed because I have a new computer now. I mean, depending on what you need to plug in, probably a lot of things will try to borrow power from the device. Gotcha. Yeah, of course this will be, yeah, not the same as this, yeah. But having this thing, and then this phone just sends the data to a thing, which then brings it down to my OBS. My OBS is still in control. I just am telling it to go from this. But then I could even like leave the app and just go to my phone regular and be using it in this, which is, you know, you can't see it. Well, I was pointing it at my fucking actual screen as if you could see it, but whatever. I'm silly. Well, you can see that I'm here. Okay, well, I guess like you know, it's here, and then I can go to the other app where it's still streaming the stuff. Whatever. But that's still using a separate. It's not streaming just from your phone. I'm like streaming to my home computer, and my computer is then streaming to the internet. So there is like there's a link in the chain, if you will. But the IRL Pro app for Android is my favorite sort of like IRL streaming companion. And I had to go through a little bit of like a tutorial video to like, okay, set up, make sure your computer has a dedicated IP address with your router. Set that up. Okay, great. Now set up your specific, like, you know, I don't know, browser media source, which is from a feed from the internet. Okay, set it up this exact way. Now make sure you port forward in your firewall, in your modem for this exact thing. Okay, but then also, if you want to have like the IP addresses all be exactly the same forever, there's a free service you can use that'll like dedicate your IP address for one thing and keep it saved for you. And then once a month, you get an email saying, do you still want this? Say yes, repeat again for another month. Or you can just pay money and then it does it automatically. But I'd rather use the free version. So it's a little bit complicated to get all that shit set up. But once you did, it's sick. Yeah. The series of, because I imagine there's a bunch of them. But the one I used, right. Where did I put it? Oh, that would be Stream Tools.
Hello.
So this is the dude that I've used. This is like the intro video, and then like he links out to different, like, okay, this is how you test it if you have an Android phone or an iPhone or whatever, all these different things. So this is the no frills, but still very somewhat useful explainer / tutorial on how to get it all set up. And it still works. It was only really difficult for me because my modem is different than his modem. Or my router currently is actually the same brand, but because I use it as just a Wi-Fi router extension from the original modem or some bullshit. Yeah. So he's like, oh, look, this is how you port forward. And I'm like, why can't I figure it out? Why? You know, like, I for some reason he made his port, you know, :22222. But for some reason, my thing didn't allow 5 digits. So I just put in 2222 and that worked fine for me. But, you know, I don't know. So whatever. And there's also a computer program called Loopy. That again, he shows off in the video series when you go through it. Why did that fuck up? That was weird. I might need to fix the settings on this thing. Well, anyway, this is a program that, when set up properly, will notice if your live stream fails. Yeah, well, I turn on the thing and it's like, uh-oh, your live stream scene has no bitrate. Therefore, we should go to the BRB scene. But it didn't do it right. I have a BRB scene you'll see in a second here, which is this one. Which it'll automatically go to that scene whenever data is lost and then go back to the thing. But I ended up doing this other bullshit because I actually changed the settings and that didn't ever actually change this thing's settings. So, but it's neat to have it's like a program they'll auto, just kind of like how the real backpacks or whatever have like, bitrate, low bitrate, we'll be back soon kind of like thing. Because my phone is streaming to my home computer. The Twitch stream doesn't just die, there's just no data and it's weird. So you want to have something to fill in the gap in between. Because those IRL backpacks go to a cloud service that you pay for with the backpacks that is just where the information is stored and then connects to Twitch from there, which is basically the same very similar idea. So having something that can then, on your own computer, monitor the data coming in, decide whether or not to switch to this thing. Now that the stream is fixed again, then switch back automatically without you having to like do some kind of like remote desktop shit. It's nice, but you definitely want to make sure it's set up properly. Speaking of which, how do I set it up? It is. I followed the tutorial. It worked for me, and then I forgot all about it. It's probably like some. I might have to go through the tutorial again to fix it, which is fine. Whatever. Yeah. It's very very. It's yeah. I mean, the more you do it, the more it gets burned into your brain, and then if you ever have to like teach it to a friend or something, then it gets more burned in your brain, which is good. Okay, I downloaded another track or two. Put them into here. Wait, I should double check that. I don't want to actually drop the audio track down and like delete something. Oh, it's very short. Okay.
Oh, you're a witch. You're going to hurt. You're going to expel people going to a synagogue. Nobody has expelled anybody.
Okay. Audio. Let's bring this down to like. Didn't seem as loud as the others. So looking at the audio level of bus 3.
Have given that man a heart attack. We killed Michael Harris.
Around negative 20-ish.
This lays out.
Is that similar to the other audio as well? Let's see.
With other comrades who are in similar cities or in many cases entirely different contexts, but the networking.
Pretty similar. With this one. Oh, I picked this part with the blur.
I was a convention delegate to the 2020.
And over here.
Engaging with Jewish cultural activities at the university. Nobody has done that. What we're saying is you cannot have your cake and eat it too. You cannot vote for the Iron Dome.
I get that. I get that entirely. One of the tricks I've tried to do is just have an important thing that you have to do. So then you do the next thing down on the list, right? Like, I really need to get this research paper done. So now I'm going to work on that script that I haven't ever worked on for a while. I used to be like, I really need to get this thing done. Let me vacuum the house really quick. A thing I've been not doing, but all of a sudden I have the urge that I need to vacuum the house right now. Like I have to, yeah. Or you play a fucking video game or something, which is also not good. Let's go down to negative 15. It's a little too loud.
has expelled anybody for going to a synagogue. Nobody has expelled anybody for engaging with Jewish cultural activities at the university. Nobody has done that. What we're saying is you cannot have your cake and eat it too. You cannot vote for the Iron Dome over and over again and continue.
I don't know, it's just such a weird tone to have like the marimba behind some of the.
Continue to expect free labor, us to boost you, and our endorsement. That's why we unendorsed AOC. We cannot do this.
Right, that's not a right.
We literally had Palestinian comrades in organizations that would boycott.
This one here, what's not remixer, but let's have it be 2 minutes long. Morning.
Us because of Jamal Bowman. Like, we cannot keep going through this stuff over and over and over.
This might be one of the ones that's one of the paid features, but again, there's a built-in AI tool that will look at the music clip, and you say, okay, right now it's only 59 seconds long, but I want it to be 2 minutes and 59 seconds long. It will then look at the music and then try and find like parts that they can kind of do like a little mini loop out of it. So it adds these like little zigzags, and even has like different versions of it. If you don't like the way that it does a transition in between two different pieces, you can like pick a different like version of the same kind of like thing. It's a handy little tool. Also in the color page, which is where like I used to do a lot of my like effects and things, because it's way more beginner friendly than the full on edit page. One of the other paid tools is the AI mask tool. That's just really good. So like if I wanted to key out him from the background, you just pick a couple of spots on him and it just highlights exactly him perfectly. Then you just hit the track button. It tracks it across the entire clip. And then I can add like an output node, a thing I had to look up and figure out why isn't this working. Yeah, add alpha output and you drag it over to it. Oops, didn't finish it. All the node stuff is very different and very confusing. But when I go back to the thing, you can see how, look, now he's cut out on top. Now I haven't tracked it, so the other frames of the video don't do it. But that one frame that it automatically already kind of like figured out for, it will have it wherever that was.
And over.
There it was. So, very cool tool, and that it works very well. Oh, what the fuck? I didn't realize I have to go back and undo that manually. My history is... Where did I put that little history window? Oh, there it is. This one doesn't dock. I don't know why it doesn't dock. It's annoying. Retime music. Thank you. Let me go back to the color page. And then just delete these. Get rid of the alpha output. Undid everything I did. You might be able to buy a code for the studio version of Resolve from somebody, because whenever somebody buys a Blackmagic camera or switcher, yeah. Whenever somebody buys a DaVinci Resolve or DaVinci, so because like Blackmagic Designs is a company, and then they make DaVinci Resolve as their products. But whenever you buy a switcher, like the ATM Mini, you know, whatever, a lot of people will get a copy of Studio that they can then install. You know, they get the code for it. And some people will probably buy a lot of that equipment, buy the, you know, Cinema 6K camera, whatever, all these different things. And they end up with all these copies of fucking Studio. They already have one. They don't need more than one. So either they're giving it to their friends or they're selling it on eBay for a discount. I don't know. But, and then buying codes online can be kind of like sketchy, because you're like, have you already used this code? I can't return a code. But I just paid the $300 at one point and bought this because I figured it would save me a lot of time. I'm happy with it, but I also edit and have edited for a long time.
Because of Jamal Bowman. Like, we cannot keep going.
But laggy. Effects. I'm chopping. I'm choppy. Computer doing stuff.
We are the largest socialist organization in the United States. If we are the most powerful organization in the United States.
But why?
Socialist. If we want
this?
Want to brag about our
Was this it? Was this for
We are the most powerful organization in the United States. That is socialist. If we want to brag about our elections.
I thought you were doing 100 scripts.
Like Rashida gave a bomb-ass speech.
Let's add a motion blur on this sucker.
Oh, only members can see the stream? That would be good. We don't want sickos spying on us. But anyway, beautiful speech.
I could probably put motion blur. Can I put motion blur? It's not an actual effect. It's probably more like you because you were doing like Australian history and stuff, which I know that Carter's talked about, or Shira and Carter have talked about how there's not a lot of like Australian news channels or Australian like politics channels. So I guess that's a niche that you could fill pretty well. I've definitely struggled making scripts. I tried making one. I had like a couple different versions of them. Flashbang. I have an extension, Doc's Dark. Beautiful. I had a couple different versions of the same thing that I was trying to work with for. And then like at one point I was trying to see if I can use AI, but then I'm like, this sucks. I'm just gonna like have to just write out my own, because even using it for an outline, it's just like it creates a whole different flow. And then trying to extrapolate it out was just ended up being more work for me. Maybe at some point it would be useful or something, but I was just like, it just doesn't work for me. I'm better off just doing it from scratch, the same way I do a lot of things, I guess. Something I should get back into, but like also there's that imposter syndrome of like, I don't know enough about certain things, and then trying to make a statement where like, this is what I'm saying, damn it. Yeah, I don't even feel that convicted about it sometimes. So I'm worried that either it would come across bad or I would fold or have to like fix it or something. I don't know. Some people who are able to just go out there and just speak with their full chest, like it's no big deal. I'm like, I envy you. That's crazy. I'm always like, I'm open to being wrong here, folks. You know. That's not a bad way to look at it. I do love the DGI. A lav mic implies that either, because like nowadays kids just hold microphones, you know, they don't care. But a lav mic is like, a nod to the old ways. It used to be so. Used to get made fun of if you didn't have your lav mic set up properly, or you didn't have a lav mic and you were just holding it. I don't know. That kind of fell apart at some point, which I'm not super mad about, but it's just kind of weird to see. I don't want to be the old man. I can appreciate well done microphone things. Also, for the nervous person, it gives you something to hold. So that way you don't have to worry about your hands, and you can feel better than just standing there with your arms out and just confused. It gives you something to do and something to fiddle with and hold. But I worry that as you sit there, the discipline isn't good and that doesn't sound consistent, and that would be annoying as a listener or whatever, but they seem to do a pretty good job with it.
She is principled. Like, if we're going to run anybody for president in 2028, it has to be Rashida. It must be Rashida, because she has been consistently principled. not just on Palestine, not just on her own people's struggle, but on black liberation, on workers' issues, and on other international issues. She was rewarded for those principles with our applause and with her presence at our convention. That's why AOC was not allowed to speak. She wasn't invited because, for one, she's too fucking
Oh, did I not mute out that fucking?
Because, for one, she's too fucking
I'm glad I caught this. I'm worried that he's gonna get like muted or something on his video, or like get demonetized or whatever. I mean, he's not even monetized yet, but I wouldn't want him to have an issue with it, with the thing getting silenced or whatever.
One, she's controversial.
That's a great insight, because that is, I notice it. Doesn't mean everyone notices it. Not that I'm like super amazing or whatever, but I'm just annoying about it. Because even in videos where people sit at their desk and they record, like I think in the latest Noah video or whatever. Oh no, it wasn't Noah. It was, I forget the guy's name. He's the dude who does a lot of like Israel-Palestine videos, but whenever he would read a quote or something, it has a noticeably different audio tone to it. And it's like, that's a pickup audio. You did that pickup audio somewhere with a different mic, a different room, a different time. Something was changed significantly about the way that you recorded that second patch of audio. Yeah. Having a consistent sound definitely would be good. Also just helps you with mixing, because it can be hard. Camera microphones definitely are not very good. I would, you know, even a shotgun microphone only is good when you're close to it, which is where the boom comes in, where somebody has a shotgun mic on a stick with a cord going to an audio recorder, and either you have separate audio and separate video that you merge together. That's what the clappers are for, because it created a distinct sound that between the crappy scratch mic on the camera and also the good sound on the good recorder, you can notice the spike, line them up, and then have a complete, you know, match. Also, a lot of audio software is pretty good about like right-click syncs audio, and it finds the same peaks and kicks them together. So like, you know, that's where that method comes from. Or you can even plug the shotgun mic into the DJI transmitter to the same port that the lav does. And then you can have the wireless boom nearby, or hold it, or just out of frame with a small stand, depending where you're at. Like when I film in my studio shed thing, I use a shotgun just out of frame, pointed down, and it sounds real nice. It sounds good compared to like, I mean, it would be similar to this, but without this being there for a video. So that way you can use your hands and be Italian or whatever. But I might just go lazy and just fucking throw on the DJI, because then you can move around. And if you walk away from the mic or face away, like this, I was just facing away, probably lost all audio. You're free because the mic's there on your chest, and it just gives you consistent and surprisingly built-in stuff, noise canceling shit. Really good, really good nowadays. Fucking insanely good. So, one of the things that the DJI mics and other mics in general have, which I like, is a safety track, depending on how you're setting it up. So, typical transmitter kit will have two transmitters, two mics, one for the other, then one combo receiver thing that plugs into the camera or whatever. You can set it up so that way it's stereo, so that way each mic is its own track, right? So that way there's left and right. When you go into the editor, you need to make it mono and separate the two tracks. Right. You mean you bought a DJI camera, you mean? Gotcha. Because I'm used to the DJI mics, but that's obviously not what they're most known for. Okay. Right. Yeah. But also, well, this is different than if you're not using the DJI wireless mic thing. But some microphones, whenever you get them, have the option to do a safety track instead of a. Oh, gotcha. Cool. I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, the little DJI Bluetooth ones / wireless transmitter ones can be kind of expensive. Like I have one right here on my desk. That's a DJI Mic 2 kit specifically, but because they link Bluetooth to my Osmo Pocket 3. Although the Bluetooth seems to make weird connections with its RTMP casting, whatever, totally unrelated for most people. Yeah. So that way, one is a +10, one is at normal. So that way, in case you need to be quieter or louder, depending on how it's set up, it's nice to have that safety, air quote, so you don't blow things out. Nowadays, there's also like 32-bit float recorders, which means that they record at such a depth that it will never peak, in a sense, and you can just boost as high as you need to, no matter what. Yeah. That makes sense. I mean, surprisingly, even people that just hold their phone upside down and do a voice recorder, that sounds surprisingly good for what it is. So, like, I'm over here trying to make everything as perfect as possible. I literally have a fucking studio I built inside of a shed that I insulated and have air conditioning and all this bullshit. And some guy will be out there holding their phone upside down doing interviews on the street, and they get 1 million views. And I'm like, and I'm trying to make everything perfect, and they're out there making it as scuffed as possible, and that's half the charm. And I'm just like, fuck, So it's one of those, like, just post sometimes, like, just get out there and try, and then as you do it, you will find what works with you, what you hate, what you love, where your trip ups are. So then, but I'm the kind of guy who will hold off forever and just keep buying gear with my small disposable, Stream Deck here. New mic there. A new arm here. Okay. Now a different, all these little things slowly pile up, and I still haven't really produced anything. That's my problem for sure.
All bowmen and people who are not principled against ethno-nationalism.
Sounds more reason to be like, it's too corporate. I'm like, you're right.
Out of line with the socialists in any way.
Let me just drop it down to like -17. Oh.
Us to boost you and our endorsement. That's why we unendorsed AOC. We cannot do this. Like, we literally had Palestinian comrades and organizations that were boycotting us because of Jamal Bowman. Like, we cannot keep going through this stuff over and over and over.
They're definitely more left than I am. I don't always agree with every little thing that they say.
In any way, you cannot be a socialist ethno-nationalist.
I'm learning.
These are incompatible.
To answer the point about expulsion.
All right, next song. This one's intense. -20 to start. Let's see.
No nationalists. These are incompatible.
To answer the point about expulsions, because we were originally trying to pass this at the local level. What happened in my branch when I brought this to the floor of our convention last year was a couple comrades put in an amendment to it, which basically defanged it. It's like individuals tried to do at our big convention this year. It's sort of their standard operating procedure. But
yeah, I can see that. I had like a big condenser or open diaphragm, large diaphragm condenser mic. That's the words I was thinking of. And I was just thinking about holding it, but actually having a shotgun or something, so that way it looks like you're holding a mic. But then being like really weird and like very obviously holding it in a way that wouldn't work, so people could be confused. But yeah. Okay. Like one of those, like, kind of like because nowadays it's just a stick with the little transmitter mic built inside of it. So these things are not what they used to be, but and I had a little flag that I would put on just because I had to. I just added like tape and other friction shit so that way the thing would fit stick. Oh, right, yeah. Something like a little mesh silver top, kind of a thick body. Not too thick, but yeah. Or one of those like really big ones. I have like a super old RCA ribbon microphone that we inherited from my wife's dad. But it uses an old phono plug, and I think some of the internals are a little fucked up, but apparently it's fancy. It was like one of the mics that's like behind Larry King or some shit. It's literally this mic. I mean, even has like a, it's not dented like this, but it literally looks exactly like this. It's even yellowed and shit like this. I don't think Homie is even actually, like, I think this is here for show because this shit does not look well taken care of. And also, that wire might even be cut off. It looks like it's like cut and like that's fraying. Yeah, for sure. I mean, look at this. It looks like, ew. Ew. You burn him with a cigarette? What the fuck? Someone dropped that thing. Dink. Oh, shit. But it looks like it's been cut and that's like the frayed fabric or something. But even the weird ass like connector, this like silver shit with these like knobs and that's exactly what ours is. Crazy. Probably worth fixing one day. Yeah. Go. 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 Look at that. Yeah, fuckers. You can't fool me. So I just hold this thing in a video, right? I'm just like, what's up, guys? Even with the thing dangling off the end, like it's not even connected. What kind of keyboard? What? He's punching his own show? This is a switcher. Why would he have this? That's crazy. Times are tough out there, man. They're fucking making Larry King punch his own show.
We were originally trying to pass this at the local level. What happened in my branch when I brought this to the floor of our convention last year was a couple comrades put in an amendment to it, which basically defanged it. It's like individuals tried to do at our big convention this year. It's sort of their standard operating procedure. But the thing that happened this year was that amendment that they always introduced failed.
This amendment preserves.
Okay, so I'll save this parts of this song for that. Add a nice 60
always introduced failed.
This amendment preserves local.
And also let's go into here. The text. Animation. Position also.
This amendment preserves.
Also, let's go into here and give it a dynamic zoom. Swapped. Dynamic zoom is awesome. Built into Resolve, I believe. So when you turn it on, there's a green border and a red border. Green's where it starts, red's where it ends. Depending upon how many layers of effects you got stacked up, it can get a little bit hard to figure out what you're doing. But basically, it starts at the green area and ends at the red, and usually even a button to swap them. So that way, do you want to start zoomed in and then slowly zoom out? Or do you want it to start zoomed out and then slowly zoom in? So by doing that, and I can turn on this little effector here to choose whichever one I want to have. So transform. I can have the transform controls on the screen. toggle it so that way they're on or off, and I can grab and move it around as needed really easily. But now that I've done the dynamic zoom,
This amendment preserves.
so the animation of it sliding up, that's separate, but this right here, this zoom, this slight zoom, that's the dynamic zoom happening. And then the end is going to end with my animation again where it falls down. But like the dynamic zoom buttons are like just super easy to set up. And then you can also go in there and adjust the windows if it's not quite centered where you want it. Very much easier than going in like, okay, start a keyframe, entry in, okay, ease in, ease out, click, 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 a bunch of annoying steps, right? Nice. It's fine. I mean, he's more of an anarchist. He's more of a direct action kind of guy. So like Carter is more of like a, I guess I would put myself more in the Carter camp, because like Gremlo is similar in the sense of like a Hassan, where it's like news, watching CNN clips. Yo, what up? Yeah, so Gremlo does a lot of the more straight up news coverage. Carter is more of like a watches videos that are tangentially aligned, and then leads in the conversations a lot, but it's still more of like a light hand. Because like I tried starting to watch Democracy Now! Or some Majority Report clips, but I just didn't feel. I felt a little out of breath when it came to like my exact understanding of all the different names going on, or different things to add into some context. So sort of playing to my strengths and also growing my strengths over time here and there. So he would be similar to like the harder news people who watch things specifically, but he also focuses. As far as I mean, I felt the stream was on as I literally fell asleep on my tablet or whatever. But unless something happened today or yesterday, it was that he watched, or he had a person on to talk about Ukraine, and that person in the past has had not the best views on Palestine. But apparently I never even watched that one either, because again, these all happen when I'm asleep nowadays. He was pushing back on him on certain parts of the Palestine discussion that was happening, which I guess was a smaller part of the overall thing. But people are bringing up like Bad Empanada, bringing up old stuff that this guy had said, and it's like, why would Hassan ever have this guy on? He sucks. And then Squirrel on Twitter was also like, this guy sucks. Why would he ever have him on? And there's like a canceling or whatever of Hassan over it. In the Mike's stream from the morning, he was very in defense of Hassan. And usually Mike was a very pro Bad Empanada guy, but he was, Mike's another one of those like very hard news kind of dudes. Although he gets into a lot of the drama stuff nowadays, so. Yeah, I get that too. I try to be as plugged in as I can, especially with like working with like local, people. I have my my read chat through TTS to myself action turned on, so I keep reading the messages and reading the messages that are allowed in my head. So I just, because I was thinking that I would be alone all night and then one person might come in and like scare me or something, so that way I would not miss their chats. But I need to make sure because I'm definitely paying attention to chat right now, so I want to make sure I turn that off, because it's gonna make it hard for me to pay attention. TTS no longer enabled. I believe you've got it. Yeah, I forgot the guy was the old Bernie advisor, whatever it is. And he turned on him. Hassan said you could inflict violence on any past or present IDF settler. I don't recall that being a part of the discourse, unless that happened today or something, but that sounds like an exaggeration just based off of past history. Like people would go, oh my God, he called every Jewish person inbred or something. And it's like, no, the clip was specifically saying, look at these inbred jerks destroying aid for people who are starving. It wasn't even like an entire group, but just specifically these people who are doing a bad thing, right? So like that would be an example of how sometimes the words he says are then changed or added to a whole different group of people or something. Depends. Gila Klein talking about it. The dog catcher thing, yeah. Well, anybody who is a Zionist should not be the dog catcher, right? But then, I guess, like, he likes Bernie, so I guess there's some layer of Zionism there, so you might be like, oh, why would you... He's more than a dog catcher, right? Or whatever, but... No hate, just barely tune in. Yeah, I mean, the timing can be hard, and also sometimes you're working and shit, and not everybody has a job where you can just put in one earbud and then just watch, right? Yeah. I know that I'm trying to think back on some, because I assume a lot of these are also, sometimes they're not always the most up-to-date things. They're just like things kind of blowing up from past. I know people have pointed out that like when he had Ethan on a discussion together with him, there was discussion about like, would you consider what the IDF does as a terrorist? Yes. Your wife did that stuff too. Yes. So then you would consider Gila a terrorist? No. And it's like, logic fallacy or whatever, right? That was a part of the discussion at one point. So then those words about referencing what people can do to terrorists or what people can do to things, but then because she did it once, then therefore you can do it to her or whatever, right? And then Asmongold was saying, oh my God, how could you ever call for the death against Gila? That you should be banned for that. He's like, I wasn't even saying that at all. I wasn't even talking about Gila at all. Whatever. I forget the exact clip that one was, but there was just like people purposefully misconstruing any of the information and then backing it up backwards and then saying it against something else or something. Like you're calling for violence against this one random person right now. And it's like, that's not even, I guess I could look up the clips or whatever to get some memory on it, but yeah. For the most part, especially when you see who is, when people have shown themselves to be hyperbolistic, right? If you see the Ethans, whatever, like I guess it is technically possible for them to point out a valid situation or criticism, but like it's like when Keemstar points out that someone's bad, it's like, I probably don't believe you, Keemstar. There's probably more to it. But that's one of the things is when you're charitable. And you might go, well, maybe there's 50% truth to this. And then all of a sudden you're believing half of what Keemstar's lies are, even if it's only 1% true or it's completely misconstrued. You assume that it's not as misconstrued as it actually is. And that's where some of the danger lies, I suppose, right? But there's an economy of time and attention. So not everybody can go and try and look up all these things, and even the source you look it up from could be clipped or whatever. I try not to be a drama pervert, but I'm also, at one point I realized, because I used to like walk down the aisles of the grocery store and see all those magazines, like all like the entertainment. Oh my God, Britney Spears, fat, whatever, right? And I'd be like, this is trash, get rid of it. But like, I'm still a hairless ape. I'm still a fool. I get sucked into internet drama, and it's all interesting to its own degree. So I try to fight against it, but when I'm there in chat or whatever, as I'm like falling asleep and like the topic comes up, it's like, ooh, juicy. Let's see what it is. Because it's nice to see when, instead of trying to find it through LSF or whatever, when they address it specifically, show the people they show Asmongold talking about it, but then he brings up his own piece because he's the one that's connected to it. You get a bit more of a rounded understanding of it than just trying to like read through comments, because you also read through a bunch of dick writing comments on both sides, people who believe Hassan could never do something wrong or even over defend and then defend something that he might have even walked back or something, right? Like it's difficult to navigate the entire ecosystem blindly when you don't have the time to do it. Don't let the Nazis have government jobs. They're going to steal the Jewish people's dogs. I don't think it's about that specifically. It's just that a dog catcher is like one of the joke roles of like, maybe you're just making a joke, but just in case. dog catcher is like one of the like it's an elected official spot, but it's like one of the most least effective and also doesn't have any power. But just saying that, you know, comptroller or whatever, like who knows what these jobs are? But that's the kind of thing. Yeah. It's almost like you've got to be quite cynical about what people say on the internet, right? Yeah. Those magazines are amazing because they have some fit girl smiling, looking happy, and then the headline is "My best friend died and cheated on my husband and is a ghost." Yeah, well, there's that too. I mean, Bat Boy is one of the ones that I grew up with. This is like the Princess Diana era of like tabloiding. They will abuse any power they have to propel their bigotry. I mean, I guess you could extrapolate that out to some degree, right? I guess that does make sense because they say they would not want someone to have even a low power job like this. Why would they not want that to happen? Oh, because they can push the envelope to get as much damage as they can against this marginalized community. So I suppose that does make sense when I lay it out like that to some degree. I mean, yeah, I guess it sounds ridiculous to put it in that exact, you know, framing, but yeah, I mean, I don't recall him putting it that boldly or that boiled down, because then I remember people were confused a little bit about it. Anyway, doesn't matter. And even this video edit here is about some leftist infighting, right? One of the big resolutions at the DSA was anti-Zionism and DSA, and people saw that the vote was like 43% to 57%, and they're like, oh my god, 43% of DSA is just straight up Zionists. And they were like, no, that's not why someone voted against this resolution. The resolution is very long, lots of different verbiage in it, and some people were concerned that certain expulsions or it might be cracked down too hard. Also, some people would see the benefits of AOC or Bernie inside of the movement and didn't want to ostracize them too directly because of, you know, a bad vote or a statement that didn't go hard enough, right? So that's where the decisions around the voting happened. Not that they are people who believe in the, you know, Israeli project as an ethno state or something. And that's just kind of like some of the working through it thing, which is interesting to hear about. But a few Australian politicians, DSA is the Democratic Socialists of America, which is one of the bigger, not parties, but it's just like one of the big like communities of activists that get together and work on stuff. They have like a rose as their symbol. You were there live. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I missed it. Politician people is mostly because we are a working class nation. We hate politics. Totally understandable. We understand it, have opinions and whatnot, but most pubs, hotels have a rule: no politics or religion to prevent fighting. Interesting. I mean, that's kind of like one of those like you don't talk about. I'm trying to think what it is. Like, there's like some like, oh, you're at a workplace, no something. No religion, no politics. That's like people would say. There's like the no-nos of like casual everyday speak. Leads sympathizers. I don't know what that is. Like, a rose, handshake, coalition. Zoran was in New York DSA, for example. I was at a Stop Feeling Genocide boycott Chevron picket last week and took a bunch of pictures. It was pretty sick. Oh. What did I do? Where'd it go? There it is. It was pretty sick. So we were out there. The police came out just for a little bit. You get the idea. There's a bunch of pictures of us doing it. There were some other groups that came out as well. I was trying to get different shots of the cars, the signs, this, everything. Which reminds me, I need to get in touch with my person from the DSA to do some more work on that angle. It's not a white rose. It's just a rose that is a border. It's definitely a red rose. Because the actual rose is red. The lines happen to be white to make it easy to see on a red background. Also, we're Americans. We don't give a shit about soccer. Yeah, well, because it's like a symbol of socialism or whatever. Is like the red rose. You'll see a lot of like roses on the end of people's usernames in Twitter and shit. Similar idea. So Rose Twitter. This is going to all right. Go back in time for his amendment talk.
Strikes unnecessary.
So this was an amendment that didn't pass inside the because like, there's a big convention that happens once every 2 years, which I think is kind of weird, but whatever. So they wanted to set up their different bylaws or whatever. Very very democratic. And this amendment to Resolution 22. So Resolution 22 could pass, but then would the amendment pass along with the resolution? Because the resolution is one thing, but then they want to make a change to the resolution as they're putting it into power, which is, very open to discussion type of situation. And this one was about taking away the language about must, chastise them for doing bad things to may chastise them. It just kind of like pulled some of the strength of the resolution back. And then they were happy that that amendment did not pass because they wanted it to be. Oh. Top of the sidebar. Oh, like the little where the channels are, or whatever. Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah. Well, also you can also if you use like Franker's Face or Better Twitch TV, there's also settings that can change a lot of how that stuff works. And then I did not realize that those settings are saved per browser. Like, it's not like the settings aren't global. So when you log into Chrome or whatever your browser is at work or something, or on your phone or on a laptop versus your home PC setup or whatever, it can just, if you set something up, it doesn't carry over those settings, because I can see like what the delay is. It'll give me like a little countdown of like how many seconds we're off by from the original source. But then sometimes I open up and it's like, why isn't it there? I got to go back and do it. So this is Cinemarxism Brett's video on his coverage of the DSA convention, where he had an interview with a guy named Black Redguard, and they talk about a bunch of stuff. I mean, it's done. I was just adding some background music to different parts of it. And then also I do need to, before I forget, I should fix that one. Is it this one here? No. It's a different one. Oh yeah, let's add our motion blurs before I forget. I should do top layer first, then audio last or something. It seems like you know about the roses, though, because you talked about the War of the Roses versus other thing. So I feel like you should have known that the rose was the red rose or whatever, but maybe I'm just thinking about it too hard. This is one that can also get motion blur. I already have it on. Perfect. That was that thing. Oh, wait. I think I can add motion blur to this one. No, I should be able to. Yeah. This is... Yeah, this is a little zoom in. Let's do the blur position as well. This one I just turned it on for. This one's fine too. Shouting out his podcast. You mean the SRT thing? That guy that does that stuff? Yeah. I haven't watched too much of his stuff, but it's just an interesting channel of just like a random nerd that just wants to do stuff. I pulled up the part of him coming on the stream. Those are just images from his fans. Scrub, scrub, scrub. Was this one also not animating? Let's see. Bink, bink. Oops. Wrong one. I always click that off. This was one. I think he wanted this piece replaced. So this is where I go into my folder. Like I have a folder inside of my drive where I have all of the assets I use for this project. And I only ever bring them into the project from this one folder. And it's like nested inside of like all these different pieces. So that way, whenever I want to reopen this project, and if I can move things around, and then one day I can just zip this thing up and throw it onto like an old drive or something, and then it's contained, and there's no like missing pieces. Because I used to be one of the problems is I would always fuck around and have like, oh, I should save my audio pieces here, my video pieces there, and then like commonly used PNGs or whatever. Like you can still have a place where you like to store some like, oh look, a checkbox. I'll use this frequently. You can save it to multiple places, but it's a fucking PNG. Just save it to multiple folders if you really like it that much. Instead of having to go back and dig things out or whatever. Yeah. I believe so he sent me the thing. Is this for someone, or are you doing some commentary on these people? So this was 2 different sort of like streams that he made, and then I'm just putting them together, cutting out a lot of the dead air and some of the segments that are kind of like unnecessary, and then turning it down into what is about like a 23-minute video instead of like, 2 giant streams. I'm just looking at the thing that he sent me. Yes, and then I believe I saved this properly. So it's this one. Yes. So I grab this, throw it in here, better, and then I'll put it right where it belongs.
She just voted to fund their overtime specifically for those protests.
Okay, so let's bring it down just a little bit so it has room to zoom. No, I get it entirely. Yeah.
She just
probably shouldn't even have the dynamic one.
Voted to.
We want to make it easier to read what they're doing. He hates someone called Nithya Raman, who I guess is a DSA person who's elected to the city council of LA. So he has a lot of smoke for her, and there was even a resolution at this giant convention to sort of like unseat her or like expel her after being, because she's been chat-sized by the national and the local groups and all whatever for a bunch of time. The YDSA, which is the youth DSA, as well as the regular DSA, and showing not, you know, even after being re-educated or whatever, or like reinformed why this is important to people, not working in their best measure. So that's where he has a lot of smoke for her, and he wants to see her sort of be punished or whatever. I wanted to add, oh yes, my effect. So the effect, this keeps resetting itself. Silly Billy. Okay. The marker effect, which is from the batch of people that I have gotten some templates from, not templates, plugins. So now I have the marker turned on. You can preview the Fusion effects overlay. So the starting points, I guess, would be what? Ramen, like the noodle. Now I want ramen noodles. The color might need to be brighter. Oh, here we go. The alpha can be turned up a bit, I guess. How does this look?
She just voted to fund their overtime specifically for those protests.
Dinner?
For protesting against ICE? She just voted to fund their overtime.
Okay, now what happens if I go back into my... Oh, I know what I do. So I use my whip animate effect. And then I'll, inside of the whip animate, I'll add the position and size. So now
she just
the things, you know, it's hard to see, but it like jumps up. It's all laggy as hell. There it goes. You can kind of see what it looks like when it jumps up. It takes a second for it to do it. And also the computer's got to chug around and get it all done. Oh, I should make sure to turn off the, because this thing will both animate in and animate out. I only want the highlight effect to animate in. You know what? I probably don't like the tweet version of it just because it just adds unnecessary like space. Although because it doesn't really tell you what the fucking amendment is, right? Or whatever. And this is Unrig LA's tweet says deleting / replacing previous tweet on the vote count. Oh, for LAOT. Okay, it does say what it is. Because just the image itself doesn't really say what it's for. So I guess it's important to have the tweet to get the context of what the vote is for. So I guess it's fine. Maybe I should just add another highlight, another marker. So that way it highlights, or not highlight, marker. Make sure this goes before the movement. So the second one here for LAPD OT. Okay, so the first one here, I'll make this the first one. Doop. This one will animate in after 1 second, and it takes 1 second for it to do it. This other one will animate in after 2 seconds, and it takes 1 second to do it. Make sure to undo the out as well. Okay.
Protesting against ICE? She just voted.
So it jumps up. Then the first one highlights there, and the second one highlights there. Although on the first one, I want to go back in and make the color brighter again because it's just kind of dark. Alpha up. Good enough. And now, before I'll just add to the animate a little bit of motion blur to it. And then I won't look at it ever again because it's going to lag out my shit.
As organ.
Okay, going back. we added position, but we'll just add motion blur to it as well. Okay. And then this is the end of the video where he shouts out his channel and whatever. It's fine. Okay. So let's keep adding music to it, and I think we should be done.
What happened in my branch when I brought this to the floor of our convention?
Okay, so that's right. There was that little piece there where it cuts over to the Brett video. We use a different music for that one real fast. Let's grab one of these ones we used earlier. And then just use a piece of it. Ooh, too long. Okay, like this.
But the thing that happened this year was that amendment that they always introduced failed.
Strikes unnecessary mandatory expulsion language. Oh. Yeah, so here's the original. You can see where they struck out and what they added here. Be it resolved that potential candidates who cannot commit to the aforementioned basic expectations, and it says shall be deemed by, this is what it is currently, shall be deemed by the National Electoral Commission as well as any relevant approving bodies at national chapter as ineligible for national
I'll just do it with a little
endorsement by DSA. And they're saying may be deemed as ineligible. Yeah, fuck you. I completely understand why people are.
It's laggy because I added motion blur.
And that's what triggered so much.
Okay, cool. Re-extend this back out. Click on this, go back to the audio thing. We are going to make the length closer to maybe like 5 minutes. Yeah. Adjust. Beep up, beep up, beep up, beep up. What game should I play? Or maybe we just watch movies. I could play some Hades. You guys ever watch people play Hades? I'm kind of like pretty ready for the game to be released on Hades. I've done almost everything. Uh-oh. I think we're good. It's just thinking a lot for some reason. Doesn't usually take this long. Note to self, don't click away from the program when you give it a task like that. Note to self. Well, we'll see how long this takes before I have to force quit the application. I feel bad for, I mean, maybe 1 a.m. is earlier than most people like showing up anyway. I'm not really sure. I think Goat definitely prefers me to stream earlier than versus later. But I felt bad for oversleeping and then being like dead brained for the first like hour of being awake. Which is where, like, for example, in about 30-ish minutes, I have my alarm for 5 hours after my first dose. It's like, yo, don't forget to take your second meds. I might push it back to 9 instead of 8, just because the way Adderall works, it's supposed to take about 5 to 6 hours between your 2 different doses. From a quick, check, because I'm like, I know I might feel it one way, but like, how fast are you supposed to take it? Because like, if it's supposed to be when you don't feel as locked in anymore, sometimes the locking in doesn't feel that long at all. But there's other like weird side benefits. Not so much like mood stabilization, but just like, I don't know. It's hard to explain, I guess, but I didn't want to keep missing out on it entirely. Oh, here we go. It's doing something. Computer's having indigestion. We're moving hands and things to see how things look. 10 a.m. I'm asleep, but 22 I'm just waking up. 22 minus 12 is what, 10 p.m.? I'm not a military time guy. Still not canceling, huh? Great. Well, we only lost a bunch of frames. Even some network frames. That's crazy. Come on. Welp. I think I'm ready to try brute forcing it. Wait. Berg. That was a lot of drop frames there. Holy moly. Resolve. This one. Goodbye. Hello? When Task Manager freezes, you know you're fucked. Speaking of which, well, that boots up. Don't you dare. I should look into that SRT loopy thing. Loopy.
Close to pausa.
Oh, God. I thought there was something popping on my computer. I'm like, what the? I'm here. I just launched Resolve. That's probably what happened to the thing. We might have some other more kitching real quick. Oh, not too bad. With that parrot. I'm a typer. Like my left hand types faster than my right. So my left hand will type T and E before this one can type an H. T-E-H, T-E-H. Looks like we're right where we left off with this video being here. But now, please make it 5 minutes long. Adjust. See? Now it just works. Don't click off of the program. We're almost there. Make it 6.
When you have like the DNC, and obviously this is not something that we want to model after in any way, the DNC exists. A lot of it is.
God, it still sounds so loud
outside of the room. I do kind of like wonder if DSA.
It's so fucking corporate sounding. Fuck, now I hate it. Now I hate it. What's a better term for music? I keep using Chrome. Like vibe, like I type in interview. Maybe I should type in like documentary always has like that weird like digging through files kind of sound. That's really funny about all the weird words. Maybe it's not that bad. We're going to call this one I'm just adding a different form of hyphens that way I can easily find which, because like all those names of the sounds don't mean shit to me. Ooh, a staff pick. Serious playful. How the fuck can you put both of those tags on this? It is a little dramatic, right? Yeah. Ambient. Too serene. Too beautiful. Hello? Oh, this is a long one. That's why it has a build to it. Okay, this is like the background to like, I guess it's called Desolate Planets. Now I'm imagining like you're showing up on the alien homeworld or something. And it's just like a very slow moving shot across this like weird H.R. Geiger ass shit. And it's all like poorly lit. First steps. This is going to be too much. I was not expecting... I mean, it's just a build-up. Okay, yeah. Well, the guitar, yeah. It was like weird little like chimes in either ear back and forth. Too spooky. I can see how these are ambient though, but corporate love. Too inspiring. Oh, another planet. Okay. Whoa. This is a hip-hop planet. Okay, yeah, the hip-hop tag. At first, it's like... This is like when you're noticing, I don't know, like... The Giga Weapon is about to fire, and everyone's just kind of like doomer. But then it's like... That would make an interesting tea. I just can't get into the tea. I've tried tea a bunch of times. Well, a bunch isn't like probably 5. Like trying to go, I'm going to drink green tea. I'm going to drink Earl Grey or whatever. I don't know, some, honestly, I don't even know the types. I've even tried like the Southern sweet teas or whatever. I'm just like, Now this, I could, oh yeah, so that's good. Room temperature, perfect. Mostly flat, That's the real beverage. This is too corporate, right? To be like, these members are not hardline enough on Palestine. It doesn't work. You know what I mean? Yeah, some of the other ones we had before were like the learning ones, where the marimba came in. Rock me to a calm mellow. Now let's hear it background. Quiet. We could try some lo-fi. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to tell you which brands of tea I've tried before. This is not bad, honestly. I'll just make sure I download it so I don't forget about it. Ooh, there's words to it. Makes it less good. Oh, the word love's in it. That might be one of the things. Ooh, inspiring, relaxing, serious, lo-fi wisp. Wait, did we try this one before? Serious. We'll find something for sure. Because the lo-fi thing might work, especially as like low background music, because it's kind of just like the music behind like a coffee shop conversation or something, you know, right? Just something there, but nothing to like distract. But you want something to fill in. And also, it can help fill in bad sounding noise that could be at the bed of audio. Oh, EE. Maybe literally coffee shop ambience. Yeah. What is Bob Ross's background music? I wouldn't be able to describe it to you, honestly. Perfect date coffee shop. I guess a coffee shop is a good date, right? Because it's like, look, a little refreshment. We're in public, which is kind of like a dystopia thing that women need to be in public when they meet men, but whatever. But you get to talk, right? Because a movie is one of those, like, it's dark. You're supposed to be quiet, otherwise you're an asshole. And you don't really have the option. Whereas this is like, oh, a little biscotti, a little sip of this thing, and I have something to do. Oh, I gotta go to the bathroom, escape out the window, you know, whatever, right? It's which one's not bad? I'm keeping it low just because it's going to be ultimately it's going to be low. Because sometimes the music can be good, but there's like one or two like notes that are like really strong and high pitched, and they pierce through. And then if you turn the volume down, it still like really shows up. And then it's bad to mute because then you just hear this weird like banging or tinning noise, and you're like, "What is that?" You don't. So. Like there's like one or two like piano like bing notes that just like you can even see like the little graph. It's just like these things just stand straight up. It's just too much. Like maybe like over here it'd be better. Like this is smoother. There's still a couple of notes that break their way through. Okay, got it. I was like, which word gets replaced with music? I was like trying every one. I'm like, none of those quite work, But I see that would be cool intro music. Got it. Yeah. I was like really trying to work it out. There's parts of this I can definitely use. Okay. We got a few now. We got a few. Opening up the folder again. I added the hyphen space hyphen so I know which one's the new ones. Technically, I can just drag the entire folder in, but whatever, it's fine. This to this. Whoop. The intro, I have a little bit more serious music because it's like setting up the story or whatever.
There's just a lot of misinformation happening. You can't just poo-poo the entire organization because 46%
There's a conspiracy
against what is a very good resolution.
For people who have never organized a day in their lives to spit on these comrades, it shows that these people, they don't give a fuck about Palestine. Records of parasites, I have no patience for any of them.
Right. So that's like the tone for the intro's always got to be a little bit of a hook, a little bit of a don't click away. This you'll want to hear this kind of things, right?
I think a lot of people are talking about DSA with.
And, sorry, we had more of like not ambient, not corporate, but like investigation music.
About being in DSA, and I'm certainly not.
There's like some weird sounds on his mic. It might be hard to hear.
In DSA, some.
Here, let me turn this off.
It is kind of bad faith critiques that are people are just mad and wanting to prove that they're holier than thou, and I don't.
Like at first I thought it was just like a noise floor that was like turned up for some reason on this recording, but now I think it's like a pair of headphones playing like loud rock music just out of frame. Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. For like the yeah. That where that music can be utilized, yeah.
Actually organize or care. They just like to post on the internet. That's like probably like 50% of it, but I think
I can try throwing on like some noise elimination, but I don't know, may not be worth it. Detective music? I'll throw it and see what we get on stream window. Smooth jazz. They're slapping that bass. Ooh, the little bongos? There's probably some other name for them that I don't know. The MIDI music I did not expect to come in there. This is like I don't know, the Pink Panther kind of like silly detective, right? Detective is spying. Oh, I thought it was a tuba at first. Is that Diamond Hall? Is that an Australian detective? Fucking like rattle, you know, jaw thing. Goofy. it's a little goofy, isn't it? Nithya Raman has not supported and has funded ICE to be detaining police overtime over these protesters, and I can't stand for it. You know, it's just that's why it's even like the corporate-y sounding ones are like it just hits weird. Like I like parts of this, the MIDI music. I guess it's not as MIDI. Oh, I got you. No, I got you. Like literally, yeah. I like the intro of this one. How's it sound quiet? Might be a little aggressive for people talking. I want to find one that's a bit more smooth. This is kind of smooth. Obviously, a little break there, but. This is pretty smooth. Very bass heavy, which makes sense why it's smooth. A little more intense with the drums come in. I mean, I'm almost like I got almost no room down here. We'll give this one a download for sure. We're gonna add 3 hyphens. Wow. There's 2 options. Whoa. The music like wiggles here. Got like a weird path to it. It's got. I like how smooth it is, and I also like how the high notes aren't piercingly high that they break through. Might as well. Okay. Background, 3 hyphens. Why are these separated? Whatever. Good luck, man. That's all I got to say. I got no skill in that, so.
I think a lot of people are talking.
All right, so we had the intense one for the intro. We had the more spooky and mysterious to start.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Maybe let's just give a little introduction for people who don't know you.
Sure. I'm Black Redguard. I am OG Black Redguard on Twitter. My Twitch is OG Black Redguard, and my YouTube is Black Redguard. But more important than all of those,
they're slow because the blur is loading. Calm down. Calm down.
Advertisement devices is, of course, my organizing. I was a convention delegate.
Just trying to think if I want to replace his music. I think it's fine. I cut over to his little party thing.
Every DSA member should go to convention at least once. You meet comrades that you've only talked to online or only seen on Zoom.
Then when we get to the corporate sounding stuff.
Following the developments of the weekend, and I definitely want to talk to you.
This marimba music is fine for like the more explainer parts of things, because it's going over the resolution, what it does, what it means, which I'm fine with. This is coming back from a little
engaging
mini joke
with.
So I think from here I can replace this one with a different one. Super loud. No, thank you. Okay. Okay. I should not drag it down directly. I should just take a piece of it. Why does it sound distorted? Yeah, I'll just grab a little sample and extend it out from here, and also reduce the volume and shit. Come here. -20. Wait, click. Okay. Now you shouldn't blow us out.
Expel people from going to a synagogue. Nobody has expelled anybody for going to a synagogue. Nobody has expelled anybody for engaging.
All right, this is one that
Jewish
takes a couple of seconds.
Activities at the university. Nobody has done that. What we're saying is, you cannot have your cake and eat it too. You cannot vote for the Iron Dome
We're a little close. Let's do like -17. It might actually pop in a second here, but
over and over again, and continue to expect free labor, us to boost you, and our endorsement. That's why we
that's the beat drop right there.
Nobody has expelled anybody for going to a synagogue.
Right. So this is where you go back to like -19 maybe. Yeah, you can try. So on the top, you can't really see because I have this all cropped out. Hold on, let me pull up the full version. There's playback, timeline playback resolution, and you can change that to a different quality setting. When you pause, it'll show you the full again, but when it's playing, it'll like cut the quality down by an amount. That is one of the ways that you can try to get a bit of a smoother playback, but sometimes it depends what it's trying to do and what it's doing. Like obviously if you're going over pieces that have like animations and stuff or effects that you have loaded, especially fusion effects, like some of the plugins or whatever, that can really fuck it up. Also, if you're using 4K footage, I mean, I don't even use 4K footage because it's a lot to chew through. You can also do proxies and shit. Yeah. Where a smaller, crappier video file is what you work with, and then it uses the same entry in, entry out edits and effects just on the eventual clip later when it renders, which is another kind of a workaround. Yeah. Okay.
Nobody has expelled anybody for going to a synagogue. Nobody has expelled anybody for...
We're a little above 20, so I'm going to bring it down to a full, maybe even -22. Let's see.
You're going to hurt... Nobody has expelled anybody for going...
I should definitely do a fade in or a dissolve or whatever.
Going to a synagogue. Nobody has expelled anybody for going to a synagogue. Nobody has expelled anybody for engaging with Jewish cultural activities at the university. Nobody has done that. What we're saying is you cannot have your cake
as long as
and eat it too. You cannot vote for the Iron Dome over and over again and continue to...
Okay.
On that interaction and trying to make future ones better. That seemed to be what the goal of R22 always was addressing politicians like Nithya Raman and AOC and Jamal Bowman and people who are not principled against ethno-nationalism, which is entirely out of line with the socialists in any way. You cannot be a socialist ethno-nationalist. These are incompatible.
To answer the point about...
Okay, and this is also changing the point, so I don't mind that.
Socialist ethno-nationalists. These are incompatible.
To answer the point about...
Make that fade longer though.
With the socialists in any way. You cannot be a socialist ethno-nationalist. These are incompatible.
To answer the point about expulsions, because we were originally trying to pass this at the...
Okay. This one's more intense, so we'll give it like a negative. Even though it might even be hitting the same volume level, it just... It hits the ear differently.
Point about expulsions, because we were originally trying to pass this at the local level. What happened in my branch when I brought this to the floor of our convention last year was a couple comrades put in an amendment to it, which basically defanged it. It's like individuals tried to do at our big convention this year. It's sort of their standard operating procedure. But the thing that happened this year was that amendment that they always introduced failed.
This amendment...
Laggy.
Strikes unnecessary mandatory expulsion language. Oh.
Which one's this one again?
Triggered so much joy and happiness.
This is another one with the corporate sounding things. This is the one I want to get rid of. I don't mind it for the little sections, but for the longer ones. So now we have another super loud clip. -20, please. Interesting. Sucks that they would be like, we want to deny you for whatever reason we decide is valid. Because it's like clearly the wishes. I know that in UK they're having a lot of trouble with like the Palestine Action Group. They're calling it a terrorist organization and they're arresting like 80-year-old people on the street who are just peacefully holding a sign. And they're like, okay, you could potentially be given 14 years in fucking jail for this. And it's like, amazing. Tides are shifting.
And that's what triggered so much joy and happiness on
Maybe because the music is playing, or the applause and stuff is there. I'll put the music
Saturday.
After. Do you hear that? Sorry, that's my alarm. Hold on. I forgot that would come across. So, whoa. Okay. Let's put it to 9.
Because we were not expecting.
Yeah.
And a lot of the credit for that victory goes to the Springs of Revolution.
Oh, hell yeah. Talking about the Springs of Revolution and then the bong, ba-dong, ba-dong.
Comrades. Going back to the expulsions, there's 4 things.
We got a heist plan, boys. All right.
Note it said unendorsed.
I don't know. You're the driver. You're the locksmith.
Expelled. If you vote to send weapons to Israel, if you take money from lobbyist organizations
it's a little intense.
Like this idiot Wesley Bell did, if you publicly and consistently,
it's a little intense. Why is it come through so strong? That's crazy. Yeah, get past it.
Those are the 4 things that will get you in trouble. Even if you violate one of these. Going back to the expulsions, there's 4 things that could lead to you getting unendorsed. Note it said unendorsed, not expelled. If you vote to send weapons to Israel, if you take money from lobbyist organizations like AIPAC,
I don't mind it.
Vote against pro-Palestinian liberation. Those are the 4 things that will get you in trouble. Even if you violate, we value our elections. The thing with R22 is we have to treat Zionism, we have to treat ethno-national.
God, it's so intense. As the other instruments come in, it's just so strong.
We have to treat Zionism.
I'm at -30. It's crazy.
We have to treat ethno-nationalism just like we would.
It's too happy. It's got too much chutzpah. What was this one? I like it. It just doesn't fit. It's such a good track. It's distracting. Okay, -25 to start there.
And a lot of the credit for that victory goes to the Springs of Revolution, comrades. It's not a caucus. It's more like a united front. Going back to the expulsions, there's 4 things that could lead to you getting unendorsed. Note it said unendorsed, not expelled.
This is where the music starts.
You vote to sit.
So I'll just pull it there, bring it over, give it a fade.
Going back to the expulsions, there's 4 things that could lead to you getting unendorsed. Note it said unendorsed, not expelled. If you vote to send weapons to Israel,
this is nice.
If you take money from lobbyist organizations like AIPAC, we have to treat ethno-nationalism just like we would support for slavery, just like we would Nazism, just like we would transphobia. Sell business. Okay. You don't see me commenting on.
Now we can just give this a nice length extender from 3 minutes to like, I don't know, 7 minutes. Let it do its thing. Ow. Damn it. I didn't delete something, did I? No, I didn't.
Any other left organization's business because I'm too busy with my own organization. So I don't have time to be involved in other people's business because it's just we're suffering from success because we're the largest left organization in the United States. Various sects.
So I'm actually like, this kind of brings me to the next topic of conversation that I wanted to.
Oh, this is the one that had music. I had the people's voices on it. Fuck.
Talk about. It's like an ask.
I'm glad I noticed
some,
it though.
Like self-crit from DSA.
All right, definitely -30 on this thing to start. This is loud as hell.
Going back to the expulsions, there's 4 things that could lead to you getting unendorsed. Note it said unendorsed, not expelled. If you vote to send weapons to Israel, if you take money from lobbyist organizations like AIPAC, like this idiot Wesley Bell did, if you publicly and consistently oppose BDS, and if you vote against pro-Palestinian liberation. Those are the 4 things.
Not bad.
Things that will get you in
Let me double check.
transphobia or sexism or anything of the sort. We cannot just keep putting our Palestinian comrades on the back burner.
Okay. Time change. Make it like fucking 8 minutes or some shit. There's a lot of fucking video left of time out here. So.
It shows that these people do not have.
So I'm actually like, this kind of brings me to the next topic of conversation.
So new topic, new tone. Unfortunately. Have we used this one yet? This is one of the lo-fi ones we were using, so let's try this one. And again, making sure I didn't delete anything I didn't. I'm going to get rid of the slow intro. Bring it down to like -25.
To be a fucking prick.
So I'm actually like, this kind of brings me to the next topic of conversation that I wanted to talk about. It's like an ask for some like self-crit from DSA about how that resolution was received by the rest of the left. Because I do think that there's like an argument to be made. DSA's hyper-internalism
like
and
this.
their lack of...
Okay, another 9-minute long piece, I guess.
of communication or fostering a culture of people being able to like present the arguments and the story of these like resolutions and the arguments around them to the rest of the left and like non-members inside of DSA. I thought it was really interesting that like Hassan was at the conference. Hassan didn't engage with the politics of the conference at all. When you have like the DNC, and obviously this is not something that we want to...
Just scratched myself a little bit. Opened up a little scratch. With an old scab or some shit. Sucks.
Want to model after in any way. The DNC exists. A lot of it is for people outside of the room. I do kind of like wonder if DSA, if there's things that you think DSA could do better to kind of like present their vision and like the collective moment that it's in to the rest of the left.
We do have a website.
Okay. So he eventually goes to like the part where he shouts out some of the stuff. Then Hassan was here, so I can like mute stuff right during the Hassan segment. Then he come back.
I hope you have a lovely day.
Apparently, I cut the line. Like, one of the media guys was saying, bro, you pissed all those kids off. I'm like, what do you mean? Bro, you jumped the line.
Some more stuff. Then the end here, I think is the last section, right? Oh, backstory. Cool. Okay. This is on a different part of the clip. Throw down a transition. Dramatic investigation music. What the? Why is this so short? Crazy. Oh, I've already used a piece of it. That's why. Sorry, so loud. Sorry, so loud. Sorry, so loud. I don't know how to make it not so loud. Oh, I guess I can do this. I haven't used this one. It's kind of hard to use some of these though. Did I just use this one? We could go back to using this one again. A little marimba for the end. Not bad. Not bad. Oh, -20.
DSA continue to, I don't know. For protesting against ICE, she just voted to.
I made it too quiet now.
That Nithya Raman has been a pain in my fucking ass. Nothing gets me angrier than Nithya.
It's late enough in the video to fucking stay.
Raman, and it's such a failure of the left.
Just in case, I'm gonna make it like 25 minus.
DSALA.
Yeah.
Has been at the top of my shit list for almost like half a decade. It's been almost 5 years that Nithya Raman has been a pain in my fucking ass.
He really doesn't like her. We get it. Throw a little crossfade. Bring this back over to keep the chill vibes of the conversation going.
But that is not the entire organization. And I loved it was really heartening to see the national org stand in direct opposition to the policies that DSALA has fought so fucking hard to maintain. Like, they have defended her.
What? The rightists in LA defended her. The leftists did not.
Let me put a transition. Why? Oh, there's already one there. That's why. Longer.
This is what we do every night. Every time we stream. So.
Oh. Okay. Good enough, I think. I can let him decide. I'm going to render this. Fingers crossed. Should be fine, but fingers crossed. H.265, not 4K. Thank you very much. 1080p is here. Title DSA Con Draft 4, maybe 4. Add to queue. I'll use the restroom, get something to drink as well. So I'll throw up a little BRB thing. Seems like it's not crashing or anything so far. It has a better shot for sure. Yep. Oh, there's definitely some drops here. I'm back. Oh, sustenance. Oh, protein. Wait, why isn't the music playing? I thought I played music. Oh, it's still muted. You fool. You fool. That's what I get for taking my headphones off before I set it all up. Damn, this one's taking a while. Hello. I might be lagging a little bit here as this shit renders out. I have been working for 3.5 hours, so I guess my idea of real quick maybe isn't that quick. Hopefully this works out. I keep taking this guy's money.
They took my fucking money, man.
This peanut butter one tastes real fucking good. I guess. I mean, that is kind of true. A little backstory. I overslept. Whoopsies. Started up the stream. Didn't expect people to show up, but people show up. So I appreciate it. I knew I wanted to fix this edit, but I figured I might as well just stream while I do it, just because I'm supposed to. And then I was like, I don't know, maybe I'll game after or something. But I haven't really combed through. I suppose while this happens, I can also just do it just to kill time. Just look through all the different videos of things, topics that I want to cover / just watch or learn about. And we watched the FT Signifier video on the problem with Killer Mike. That was a good one yesterday. There's some more Big Tug videos, but they're just little whatever fun ones. Nothing too serious. I can boot up some Hades 2. That's a game that I have installed that I could play reasonably well. $40K Darktide. Another fun one I like, but I don't know how much other people liked watching it. I forget if I had the mods fixed for it or not. Oh, Half Sword's a good one. I can play Half Sword, but the game crashes too much, unfortunately. But I can try some Half Sword. That'll be fun. And easy peasy. What percent are we at? 20%? What? Really? $30 left? I think streaming makes things slower to render. I've never had a render take this long. Holy balls. We got some time here. What the fuck? Wait, it's getting longer. That can't be right. Because we're already a good percent of the way through it. I don't know how long we've been going, though. Probably says somewhere. How long you've been rendering. Doesn't really say. That I can find. I guess there's less intense games that we can play. Wait, this one. Kinda hard golf.com. I'll just leave it over here so I can still see the damn thing. My daily hole. So I need to get all the way up to the top blue flag. It's kind of small, right? Maybe I should like... Weird. Oh, I can see that part still. Okay. Oh, okay, it pulls out when you zoom out. Want to get to that thing, but I don't want to land in the water. Well, not the best, not the worst. Not bad, got to a checkpoint. Don't fall in. Oh! Thought I had it. Oh, wow. That was a waste of a shot. Huh. Nice and strong. Look at that. Perfect. Checkpoint reach. All right, we just got to get up there. Oh, I clipped it. Don't roll in. Nice. Huh. Oh. Got it. Okay. And I clipped it again. I guess I come up too close. Don't go too hard, otherwise you'll roll into the water. You don't want that. Okay. Is there a good bounce target? Not really, but let's try... Yeah. There was a good bounce target. Okay. Oh, a corner clip. Oh, hold on. Oh. Beautiful. Back to checkpoint, please. Thank you. Almost good. Oh. My. It's lagging out. That's not my fault, I say. Clearly it wasn't my fault. As it's rendering something. Uh-oh. Come on. Come on. This is kind of hard. Especially when the computer's dying. I'm dying. Hello? Oh, I'm back. Okay. Nice! How the fuck? I'm gonna try to see if I can bounce off the wall and get to that little gap there. I hope you can hear me. Oh! Too much gappage. Okay, we're definitely going back to checkpoint, okay? Oh, that was close. That was close, folks. Oh. Checkpoint. Thanks. I don't know why I keep thinking this is gonna work. Ah! Checkpoint. Hit. Oh, that was almost good. Almost is not good enough. Not quite as hard angle, not quite as intense. Oh, see, not intense enough. Lower angle, intense. Oh, I bounced off that, huh? Checkpoint. Okay. Too low of an angle. Uh-oh. Teeny bit laggy. I have gained control, almost. I did. Okay, maybe I'm trying the fool's errand way. I should just go here, as I then mess up. Not quite as hard, you fool. Not quite as far angle, you fool. Huh. Oh, I keep doing the... Okay, not that hard, not that much of an angle. A little bit more hard. A little bit more... Oh, butter snaps. Uh-oh. Don't know what happened there. Okay, there we go. And it bounced off of that. Ooh, now it's gonna fall all the way down, huh? Something. Yep, that's not gonna look good. Was it the return to checkpoint? We hit the old return to checkpoint. Definitely a bad idea to render while it's trying to render my own frames. I've learned my lesson. Oh yeah, that's what you want. Okay. You gave me a new angle, you fool. You gave me my previous angle, you fool. Yes. Yes. Full send. And now a simple chip shot. We did it. 40. Beat that, bitches. Whoa. Oh my. Oh my. Look at all these games. LOL shot. Haha. What? What are some of these? Food guesser. Right. Turning it down. Oh, wait, there's one here? Oh, that's logging in. I don't want that. Oh, there's one here. Huh. Lag. Lag. Perfect. Daily. That's pepperoni. Oh, where it's from? Pork, paprika, garlic salt, red pepper. This dish is a robust, dry-cured sausage known for its spicy, bold flavor. So, pepperoni is what? Italy? I'm warm. It's Wester. More west. Sicily? Is that just a town in Italy? Okay, fuck. What's something that's like Italy but not Italy? It's from Spain. It's chorizo del, pepperoni. Got it. Bitch, that's pepperoni. It even has a little, skin that gets peeled back. Yum. Everybody likes this. Next round. These are, the thinnest quesadillas, but they fill with rice, shrimp, water, flour, cornstarch, egg, garlic, green onions, sesame oil, cooking oil, salt, white pepper, sugar, soy sauce, rice wine, optional, ginger, optional. This dish is a delightful seafood appetizer featuring minced shrimp. I thought that there could have been shrimp, but I was like, it must just be rice. But mixed with seasoning and sometimes herbs shaped into small round patties. These patties are then coated in breadcrumbs for a crispy exterior. That's breadcrumbs. What? I thought it was like a tortilla. Then fried to a brown. So it's like a little shrimp cake, but not a... Oh, there's an extra picture of it. Whoa. That's very different. Also, a flower. Immediately is Asian with a flower in it. Vietnam. I'm warm. I need to go Easter. Korea? Go more west, south. China? Go more east, south. Well, Vietnam wouldn't be... Oh, fuck. I'm really bad with my Asian geography. Trying to think of what is... Well, it needs to be northeast of Vietnam. And it needs to be southeast of China. So India is like the opposite direction. And it's southwest of South Korea. So what's southwest of South Korea, but also southeast of China? I think Taiwan is considered to be a part of China. I see their political leanings. I see. The one China policy. I don't know where Singapore is. I'm cold. It's too far away. Very northeast. Is Hong Kong considered? It's Hong Kong. Yum. Next round. These are blueberry pancakes. This dish is a traditional grilled flatbread similar to a scone. UK. It's a scone. It's UK. Got it. Damn, I fucking crushed it. Yum. Who would pass on this? It's just a big cookie. What's wrong with you? Damn, I was like almost the fucking bell curve average. I did a really bad job with Taiwan. Wait, what? Huh? Wait, what does it say Taiwan is the right answer? Huh? We typed in Taiwan and we got Hong Kong was the right answer. Now I'm confused. Wait a minute, they robbed me of my points if it's the case. Other games. Time guesser. Play. Wait. Daily. Sorry. Huh? Continue. Okay, hold on. That's the lightning guy. That's the guy at an Olympics, so it's got to be one of those years. Not in Antarctica, though. This might have been Beijing. I'm looking at some of the little brushstroke art style. Usain Bolt. That's who I'm thinking of. When the fuck was the Beijing Games? Map. I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna guess the games from the Beijing era was like, when do I know was an Olympics? I can just go by fours from there. I can't remember when there was an Olympics, honestly. The dates all sound like they could be valid dates. Obviously, it's even numbers. I want to say like 2000, 2004, 2008, but maybe like 2012 Olympic Games was a game? I'm gonna say 2016. I think it's about right. Let me move my... Okay, I can. Okay. Where's Beijing? It's gotta be like up here somewhere, right? Shanghai. I'm a leftist and I don't know where Beijing is. I thought it was like on the northern part. The map is not responding. Oh, there it goes. Dinjong. Oh, there it is. Way up there. Way higher than I thought. Where's like a fucking stadium? Now, there's so much infrastructure in Beijing, you know. And also these maps have changed over time so drastically. Depending on what year you pick. I guess I would pick like 26. I don't think it was 2020. I think 2020 was like somewhere else. Move! God, this thing is so laggy. Okay. National Stadium. Wait, did I just pick like that? Sure would be right in the fucking stadium. Against the wall, the interior of the stadium, though. Make guess. 2008. Okay. Earlier than I thought. But I was like, I guess, like very fucking close. Yeah, inside the stadium to the other side. Sure, whatever, bro. Should have known. But I got fucked on the year. Why is Brad Pitt in disguise giving this camera person daggers? God, 70s. Immediately. Hair. Lapel. I'm gonna go 74 to start. Club Rum. This looks British, just immediately from this. And what is this? Football? That's football. It's less British. Multicultural. Is there language I can read? Lead Slags Man. Kill MV71. Okay, slag. Gotta be Britain, right? And Britain's pretty multicultural. To the percentage that I'm seeing in this. But where in Britain? Hotel Windsor? Hold on. Restroom. The Hotel Windsor restroom area. Got it. Acquired. Now, where the fuck is the Windsor Hotel? I got no clue. Am I just lagging out and no one can see anything? Probably. I might just have to bail on this. After this game, I'll probably just bail and then restart or something. Where in London is the Hotel Windsor? Is there a place called Windsor? Wimbledon. Oh yeah. My GPU is going bananas. That's crazy. Windsor. Windsor. Buckingham. Look at that. Newbury. Woking. It's the woke place. I'm never gonna be able to find this shit. If it wasn't like just immediately right there, I'm fucked. Wow, Oxford and Cambridge are like far away. Uh-oh. No, I'm still looking. Birmingham. Nottingham. Sheffield. Windsor. Liverpool. Waring. Please. Oh my God. I don't fucking know. I was fucked. Oh, damn. I was pretty close on the year. Maybe this. Maybe this. I should have seen, like, Farouk Tobak. And I should have realized it was, like, Sweden? How? Is this called Windsor? This ain't called Windsor.
We don't talk about beef by the way that I mentioned I just turned vegan. I need the pagans breathing so they can see my new Top Boy season. I need the pagans alive so they can all see that it's still my time. I don't know why they act tough online. I see them outside and they ain't say nada. As soon as you say on site, we looking for you like some vintage Prada. Looking for you like some archive pieces. Jealousy in the ends. I hate when you become successful, but in the trenches we were all friends. How long we trying to pretend? I know they love to see me do well, but only when it benefits them. Is it about money or is it about girls? Either way, I'm threatening men. See, just text said diligent, yeah, cause the outfit's making sense. I told him it costs to be the boss and to be this fly is the same expense. And we just went triple platinum, check the digits. Most these brothers is tired and washed up, bro, but they won't admit it. How many times have I dumbed it down to make a boy feel like he's on my level?
I wonder if this happens every day at 8:45. This like monitor thing that just happened.
I'm talking about taking a year out, still I can't see no competition. Can't see anyone threatening my position.
I have to stop and restart the stream just because it's just killing too much.